manufacturing. Or not. So, let's see. I'm just
Have it on your screen. Oh, no, that's just.
That was that, yeah.
always interesting with technology. Okay, so I'm gonna go back one. If not,
Can you do that, Michelle?
what's that?
I'm asking Randy to do the same thing on that.
Okay,
Got it.
okay, so now let's see if it'll go back. Here we go, okay. And one I wanted to mention in particular that's really important to us, and I think will have some effects for local governments as well, is Senate Bill 1501 regarding forest practices. And this was basically a generational change in the Forest Practices Act. It will implement the Private Forest Accord Act, which was a process between timber interests and nonprofits to change the way that forestry is regulated in Oregon. So it modifies the Forest Practices Act to allow creation of a habitat conservation plan to protect healthy salmon. But in the meantime, what it does is it expands, it creates buffers on non-fish-bearing streams, enlarges the buffers on fish-bearing streams, and addresses steep slope harvest and application of pesticides, which were all reasons why our Oregon's Coastal Non-Point Source Pollution Program was disapproved by NOAA and EPA in 2015. You may remember, not many of you are new, but prior to that, we provided grants, funding assistance grants to all coastal local governments. But once our Coastal Non-Point Source Program was disapproved in Oregon, we have, since then, we've had 30% of our federal funding withheld. And so we haven't been able to provide any of those grants to local governments. So we are very hopeful that with the passage of this law, we will be able to get approval of our Coastal Non-Point Source Program. And then when those funds are reinstated, that is certainly high on our priority, is to reinstate funding assistance grants to local governments. And if we could, competitive technical assistance grants, because we have not been able to do those for the most part since 2015. So we're very happy for the environment, but we're also happy for us that with the potential, and it wasn't just us, 30% of our federal funding is being withheld, but also 30% of Department of Environmental Quality's non-point source pollution funding is also being withheld, which I know a number of the watershed councils and press work with those dollars to do on the ground water quality improvement projects. So I think we're all going to be very happy when those funds are restored to the state. So for us, that was a big deal, and something pretty substantial to pass in the short session, because normally they don't deal with big policy issues in the short session unless it's something that's been agreed upon. So to have something that significant pass in the short session shows that there was consensus pretty much across the board going into the session. So OCMP news, our coastal program, you've got Kyle Byers. She is our fellow who's helping us try to figure out how we want to do federal consistency reviews with the tribes. The Coastal Zone Management Act, which is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, was silent on tribes. So just very briefly, the Coastal Zone Management Act created 2 carrots for the states with approved coastal programs. We were the second in the country to be approved in 1977. And basically it provides money, which does provide most of the funding for all of the staff you see here. And then also it gives states federal consistency review, which means for any federal action or permit in the coastal zone, it has to be determined to be consistent with our coastal program, and we are the ones that do that. And you'll be hearing more about that with wind energy that's coming up as well later. So that is a big carrot that was provided to the states, and Kyle is helping us figure out how we do that with our consultation with the tribes. So funding, again, we watch the federal funding very closely because it funds our program, and it's stable. We were hoping President Biden last year, he had proposed in his budget a significant increase in coastal zone management grants. That did not happen, but we were happy that we had that support from the president. The prior president had zeroed out coastal zone management grants the 4 years of his presidency. So it was a nice change to see the president propose a significant increase. One reason is we understand that significant increase didn't come directly to the states is because the bipartisan infrastructure bill that you may have heard about did provide some funding specifically for coastal states. I'll get into that in a little bit with the slide, but it's be providing, there's a lot of different, you may have heard, a lot of different funding packages in the infrastructure bill, but one specifically is only for coastal states to apply for. And we will have to have partners because we don't own property, we don't have bulldozers to do restoration projects. So we'll be working with local governments, with tribes, with counties, with watershed councils, with land trusts to do those projects. And I'll get to that in just a minute. So that was one reason why Congress did not increase the direct grants to coastal states because of the infrastructure bill. I think we have a handout, but I'm not sure we have copies of that, it sounds like. We'll make sure it gets to you. We did a handout. Oh, looks like it's Dave has one. Okay, Dave. There's at least one copy of it. We knew we were going to get to everything today, so we did do a handout summarizing several projects and activities that the coastal program is doing. So we'll make sure to send that out too. But Meg has been the lead on our Goal 18 rulemaking. This is kind of a very targeted rulemaking to provide an exception alternative for public roads such as 101. If they need, right now, as you may know, probably know, hopefully know, Goal 18 doesn't allow structural shoreline stabilization where development didn't exist prior to 1977. Roads don't count as development in the definition of the goal. So we wanted to provide an exception opportunity, if you will, for where that's really needed. You know, we were only expecting several places on 101 where ODOT would need to do something like that, but that they would need to go through an exception process through the counties that they're in to do that exception process. We are anticipating that will go to LCDC in July and then be finalized in September. And there'll actually be a public meeting in Newport too. Normally, we have to do a geographic specific hearing for anything that just applies in certain areas, but we normally don't get, that won't be LCDC, that will be May. But if anybody wants to go to that will be in June. So another significant thing of the new staff, you've met Claire, she's our public access coordinator. KC is our new grants coordinator. Marcus Chatfield is helping us with updating part 4 of the territorial sea plan, especially on the North Coast. I'm sure you are aware of some of the issues with submerged cables, especially the one in Tillamook. And really partly, I think a great deal because of that, legislation passed the last long session that actually required DLCD to work with OPAC to do a major study of how submerged cables should be managed in Oregon. And also, Marcus will be helping us develop updates to part 4 of the territorial sea plan, addressing how submerged cables are managed offshore and landing sites too, which I think this will be a big improvement because we hadn't really addressed that before. So Jeff Murray, I mentioned, will be starting next month. Brett Estes will be starting the month after as our North Coast Regional Rep. Lisa Phipps is in her new role as the policy specialist. And you probably may have heard Brenda Bateman is our brand new director. She started this month. With lots of changes, our office reopened officially May 2nd, and we got a new director on May 2nd. And last, this will most likely be my last coastal planners meeting. I am planning to retire in August. More changes. So, and so finally, this is the 50th anniversary of the Coastal Zone Management Act. We're hoping actually that the Coastal Zone Management Act may be reauthorized. There's a kind of a bill that's being drafted and floating around at least the Senate right now. Next year will be DLCD's 50th anniversary, so I'm sure you will be hearing a lot more about that in the future. Any questions on anything so far? No? Okay. So we have lots of questions on this on the South Coast, maybe you will here too. I wanted to get a little bit more information on the new infrastructure funding opportunity. So again, coastal programs such as ours are the applicants. And the projects need to be for either habitat restoration or acquisition. And you can also plan and engineer for habitat restoration. The minimum application is for 200,000 and the maximum is 5 million. States can apply for up to 3 a year, and the infrastructure bill is a 5-year program. So, so you're to go there. It has to be public land and allow access, although it's really not meant to have really developed access, but it is supposed to have passive access really is what they're talking about. Any questions? Any questions on that at all? No? Okay, that went too fast. Okay, coordination. One thing that's over the last just several years really is the agency as a whole, and including the coastal program, has really increased our consultation and coordination with the tribes. As you know, Kyle Byers is our fellow who's working with us through at least September to help us develop federal consistency, tribal consultation policies. But it's been really across the agency that we have really been reaching out to the states much more regularly. Basically, on any rulemaking we do, we invite the tribes to participate either as a member of the RAC or in whatever way they choose to participate. Our agency's policy agenda, the Access PSM that Clara is working on, the climate change adaptation resilience assessment that Chris is working on, the huge climate change mitigation process that you may have heard about, all of those we reached out and asked the tribes if they just want to coordinate with us, if they want government to government consultation. Certainly that happened during the Rocky Shores planning that was recently completed. Well, kind of completed. We added 2 new sites and we updated the policies on the Rocky Shores portion of the Territorial Sea Plan. And right now, the offshore wind planning that Andy will be talking to you about in just a couple of minutes, we are, actually consulting with the Bureau of Ocean and Nature Management on that process. So it really has, it's been a significant increase in the way that we're coordinating and consulting with the tribes. And then finally, Amanda will be talking to you a little bit later about an update to Goal 5 to address cultural areas, which is something the tribes are very, very interested in. So,
Patty?
Yes.
There's a question in the chat from Laurel, whether or not seasonal access restrictions are permitted for the restoration project grant
They
funding.
would be, yes, because the whole idea is to, for these projects is for both habitat and for resilience. And if we need to have seasonal closures to protect from plover or anything, that would be, yes, that would apply. We did ask that question.
And everybody, can you mute your volume on your laptops? The actual volume for your laptop, and also any Zoom, because they're getting some feedback according to chat.
Okay, no more questions? I will, yes.
So the coastal funding, that's just for the areas, is that just for the areas covered under the CZM, or could that be for?
I believe it's because we actually have in Oregon, we have a big coastal zone. It goes to the crest of the Coast Range. But if I remember correctly, and anybody else who may have looked at that, I believe it's coastal counties would be eligible. So I think anything in our coastal zone would be eligible. So we are hoping, and one thing I did mention is the funding guidance is not out yet. They were hoping to get it out in January. Well, that didn't happen. It did just get approved by Congress last week, but they know it's still waiting for approval from OMB and from Department of Commerce, but they're hoping to get the funding notice out in June. And then we expect there'll only be 30 days, turnaround before the states need to provide up to three letters of intent, not the whole application. And then let's say they pick one of our projects, fingers crossed, then we probably would have another 30 days or so to get the final grant submission in. So we will get that out as soon as we can, but we don't have it yet. So any other questions? Okay.
She just asks that we share the parameters for the applications as soon as it comes out.
We will, yes. All right, well, thank you. Well, with that, I will hand the clicker to Andy.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Anybody hear about the topic of offshore wind recently? Some of you, this is a little bit of a new topic, so, but it's been a lot of what I've been doing for our program over the last year and a half, and I'm going to quickly give you a high-level briefing about that. Very briefly, the state does not have control of outer continental shelf waters. Those are under the regulation and the authority of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management as part of the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act. So that means from three miles out to 200 miles, they have the authority to lease those lands. And they are very actively engaged in trying to promote renewable energy around the country. So with the Biden administration's executive order going for a target of 30 gigawatts of offshore wind energy by 2030, that is something that the Bureau is working towards. They have included Oregon on a national schedule for trying to have leases. But Oregon is not necessary to meet the national target, even though we are included. And I think that the Bureau likes to have both the East and the West Coast represented. California is ahead of us in the leasing process, but we are on the national picture. So a lot of the conversation is being driven by this big national priority. Very briefly, here's kind of a cartoon schematic of what a floating offshore wind facility might look like, with anchors that support and hold the turbine in place. The platform would be floating, and the reason why in Oregon they would be configured this way is because our outer continental shelf waters are very deep, so they can't bottom mount a turbine. They would have an array of cables that get kind of aggregated in a substation, floating substation, and then a cable that would come to shore. Now, that being said, this is a very general graphic, and there's a lot that needs to happen between now and an actual project being proposed that would give the state of Oregon some understanding of the elements of the project that we would need to be paying attention to and reviewing. And these are potentially very complex projects jurisdictionally, and that BOEM does own and manage the outer continental shelf, but as soon as cables come to shore, as soon as they land onshore in Oregon, then our statewide land use planning program is a part of that regulatory review picture. We are very early on in BOEM's leasing authorization process. We have had a task force that has been discussing kind of the actions and the proposed potential activities. And it's been focused on gathering information and talking with stakeholders up and down the coast. Right now, we are at the phase where they have officially released a call in the Federal Register, and that is a 60-day comment period where BOEM is asking for information about the sites, concerns about the sites from our public, as well as potential interest from the offshore wind industry. The next step is area identification. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then environmental reviews would happen of the area that's identified for leasing. Following leasing, there would be site assessment activities that occur. So a company, when they get a lease, doesn't get anything except the right to study a location. And then characterize through that work, they would have up to 5 years to present a construction and operations plan that would give the state additional information about the proposed ideas associated with that facility. So we are very early on in the timeline, but a lot needs to happen before any action happens in the water. So we're looking at a scale of 7 to 10 years out before I think there would be any actual construction or operation of a facility. State has been engaged directly with BOEM as we've been kind of entering into this conversation, and we are continuing to work and provide them feedback as they move through this process. Again, the main mechanisms for doing so are through the Intergovernmental Task Force or directly from the governor's office to the Bureau. The call areas that were just released are significant in size, and that was purposeful. The state asked for BOEM to provide a large enough area that there could be further winnowing down and identification, exclusion of areas where we have conflicts with uses like fisheries or view sheds or transportation, marine transportation. So these areas, if they were fully developed, could provide up to a total of 14 gigawatts, which is way more than what the state is currently looking at. There's a House bill that was passed in the last legislative session, House Bill 3375, that asked the Department of Energy within the state to lead a study on coming up with a plan or identifying challenges for the state to get to an initial benchmark of 3 gigawatts of offshore wind. So 14 is way more than what the state is looking at in any sort of initial phase of development. And here's a broad trajectory of how that's happened. You know, the state and BOEM gathered data throughout the entire outer continental shelf. The state provided comments to BOEM, and they produced a set of proposed areas. These were draft. And then based upon feedback at the task force and through other public engagement and a review of their own criteria, they ended up eliminating this area from consideration. And that was due to the conservation area high spot associated with offshore abandon and areas of high slope. So these are the two areas that BOEM is asking for, both information from the industry for interest, as well as information from Oregon agencies and stakeholders for concerns from a public comment perspective. And we are, anxious as a state to listen to and hear all of the comments that are submitted as part of this process. I'm going to move forward here. They are asking for specific types of feedback, but really it's any general concerns, any specific concerns about the geography of the call areas with ocean geographies that people use. And again, they're targeting both kind of concerns as well as interest from potential industry partners. And the public comment period ends on June 28th, towards the end of the month. And there are ongoing activities and meetings that are being planned by different stakeholder groups for BOEM to have continued engagement. You can see a little bit more detail in their leasing actions. A lot of what BOEM does is driven by the larger goal to get the most economic benefit for specific areas on the outer continental shelf. And as such, they issue the leases through an auction, a public auction, whereby companies will competitively bid. On the East Coast, the record-setting auction that just happened was in New York, where they had a number of call areas, and they were promised over something like $4.6 billion for just the leases off of New York. So there's a lot of industry interest. Further questions on this process, feel free to reach out and chat with me about that. But to step back and just remind everyone, Oregon does have an ocean planning framework. The state has had a long history of planning for different types of uses in our ocean, submarine cables being one of them when we added Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan around the year 2000. We added Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan when the state was facing marine hydrokinetic energy interest within state waters. So the state built a framework with and identified the things that the state really cared about in terms of impacts. And those will be the policies the state looks at that this proposed new use will have to kind of abide by and be consistent with those policies for projects to move forward. And we do specify through our geographic location description for renewable energy and what some of those reasonably foreseeable impacts would be. Specifically, those are impacts to our fisheries, those are impacts to our view sheds, things like that. One of my big roles in this process has been to help organize data and information, and we've done so looking at Oregon catalogs of data, as well as the national federal data catalogs. And we've aggregated those pieces of information into a tool called Aura Wind Map. And you can access any one of hundreds of different data layers related to the animals that use that space on the outer continental shelf, to the physical setting of what's on the seafloor, how deep is it, what's the slope, to what kinds of human uses are there, with an extensive fisheries data catalog, extensive kind of marine transportation. So a lot of great information is in there, and you can participate and you can provide comments with this tool that's designed for you to be able to annotate a map and submit that map to BOEM if you want to submit a map as a part of a comment or call. So Oregon's role in offshore wind is really going to be focused around looking at the proposed development relative to federal consistency. As Patty mentioned at the intro today, that's one of the big benefits to the state of having a federally approved coastal zone management program and having approved marine spatial plans or territorial sea plans. And we will continue to remind BOEM that this is going to be a part of their review, and that those types of impacts and features are the kinds of things that Oregon is going to be looking at this activity from that focus. And we will get those policies for review from our state agency statutes, our rules, local comprehensive plans where activities are proposed on land. So the cable landings, any activities associated with onshore development are going to need to be consistent with local plan policies and ordinances. We do have the statewide territorial sea plan policies that we'll use for looking at things in the ocean. And then other statewide land use planning goals for additional kind of intersections between activities on land and associated with the projects. This is an example of the things that we would be looking at just for the siting of cables. So this is the current kind of process for cable review and evaluation. There's both local, state, and federal permits that our program would look at when we consider a single application for a cable. And as Patty mentioned, this process will be reviewed and studied over the next year by a working group of the Territorial Sea Plan, and recommendations will come from the Ocean Policy Advisory Council for improvements to this specific framework just for cables. But any offshore development project is going to have a cable coming to shore. So at a bare minimum, this is, what we'll be looking at. And again, in BOEM's leasing process, we will have just a couple of places that federal consistency comes into play. And that's right during the lease where they're proposing site characterization activities, and when we have the construction and operations plan. And lastly, these will be the key review considerations that we look at as a program. And I've talked about many of these today. Patty did mention the tribal consultation piece, and that's something that we are paying close attention to. And we will, as this process moves forward, DLCD is the designee for leading that process for the state, but we will pull in other state agencies as need be when proposed activities are available for review. And that is it for me, and I'll stop and answer any questions that come in either online or if from the room.
And you may just want to mention the recommendations we're getting from California, from their experience.
Yeah, we certainly, as a state government, have limited capacity to engage at the level that we feel the state needs. As an example, this is not something that I allocated much time to before 2019, 2020, and it's become almost my full-time position. The state of California, when they did a federal consistency review for just the Humboldt wind energy area, had 3 staff people assigned to that review, and it took them 6 months to do that. So that's just one agency, but for our other natural resource agencies like state parks or Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife or Department of Energy, this has a potential to really be a significant regulatory review and feedback process, and that's something that we're raising as an issue from a governmental capacity perspective, to just remain engaged and to protect Oregon's interests.
So this is Brett up in Astoria, and you may not be able to answer this specific question, but there have been meetings up this way recently, and it's interesting. I mean, while the sites are more down south, the fishing community definitely is taking a position, and there's discussion about how that the cost to generate the power is completely insufficient compared to other technologies that are out there. And is there any information you can speak to that? I know it's maybe not your bailiwick per se, but that's kind of just the talk around town, is that, hey, it costs so much to generate this power, and it could be done so much easier and cost effective with solar and wind energy in other areas. Any info on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Brett. First, I'll say that this is an issue that our fishing community is very concerned about. Our fisheries on the coast of Oregon are regional in nature for many of them. So you may be a fisherman from port in Washington, but use Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act off of Oregon. So we are paying close attention to the regional impacts from a fisheries perspective. And there certainly are a lot of legislators becoming engaged in wanting to listen to our communities so that they can relay concerns that they're hearing to the federal agency. From the perspective of costs, I think there are many unknowns still associated with proposed offshore wind developments. That is certainly one big factor. And the way Oregon procures and produces power, it's really the provider of the energy making agreements with local utilities or public utility commissions to purchase the power at specific rates. And no company is going to want to come in and not make a profit when they're selling power. And that will be one of the big early tests of this industry, to see whether or not they can produce power at a rate that's competitive. Because right now they're still not quite there. So that's
Andy, I wasn't going to say anything, but it's for Brett's. This is all I'm using. For years I was at the center of this issue. I stopped being involved because it was affecting my health. You can tell it's making me shrill and condescending and angry to even talk about it now. But it's wildly expensive. That's Brett. That's not just talk. That is true. Offshore wind will be at least 10 to 20 times more expensive than other renewable energy. It is a horrible deal for the Oregon coast. The only thing that's brought a smile on my face in the last year or two is the fact that Surfrider and the other members of the conservation community are finally on board, calling out what a bunch of BS this whole thing is. And the problem with the financial aspect is, we never know who's actually going to get screwed to have to pay for this, because that's the way energy markets work. It's not just going to a local community. We could, in fact, when I asked years ago on wave energy, the head of Pacific Power for Oregon, is wave energy going to happen? And what about that? And he said, why would we do that? We're meeting our renewable portfolio standards with wind that we purchased from our own company in Wyoming. So this is the beginning of a long, horrible, bitter fight. And I'm so glad that I'm not involved in it. Right, we've turned this over to a bunch of other very, very capable people. Katie Jacobson, our county commissioner. Our community is dead set against this in a major, major way. This is going to get very ugly.
I don't disagree.
I'm sorry you have to be involved with this, Andy. It's going to be, you're going to have to hear so much irresponsible stuff you already have. You go to these meetings and you just can't believe what you're hearing and what's not said and what's not welcome in those circles when you talk about this. And this has nothing to do with being climate change deniers. This is this is what's really, to me, the worst part of this is that there are some people, because they want to get wealthy, they're going to persuade us to piss away billions of dollars that could be spent on far more effective and less impactful technologies because we got a big crisis here. We've got to do something. But to piss away billions of dollars offshore on this is unconscionable. But I'm really relieved that, again, members of the Democratic Party, legislators are having to understand this better. And the big breakthrough too is that we have Surfrider and others that are now very aware of what a threat this is. I mean, there's 50 miles off of shore, right? I don't know how many of you really understand that because Oregonians don't know anything about the offshore. Even people who live on the coast don't know. There's a 50-mile intercontinental shelf. It's one of the richest, most productive marine ecosystems on the globe. And that's really what we're talking about is this priceless, undeveloped, wild, extraordinarily productive landscape that they're talking about industrializing. So I think that's what's going to happen is you're just going to see everybody's really gearing up for this major legal political confrontation. And thank you for everything you're doing. I think one of the positives that's come out of this is that with the wave energy stuff starting is that you guys have done a terrific job with the West Coast Data Portal, being able to leverage these GIS technologies. And that's the one thing that good that came out of all those millions of dollars that Oregon pissed away on wave energy was that we do have a much better framework now to address these challenges as they come up. But trying to have even the head of ODF&W at a meeting I had to attend because Katie couldn't be there, basically Karen Brady, the marvelous Karen Brady, kept asking Bohm, how in the heck can you meet these call area timeframes? How are you going to integrate the kind of information you need to be able to begin to do this? And there was silence. She asked it 3 or 4 times. And unfortunately, the Bohm staff, they're under orders. They just sit there and they look like, yes, that's a challenge. Thank you for your input. That's what this experience is like. So thank you for being on the front lines. And that's what I didn't plan to say today, but I just couldn't help myself. I think Brett's question just kicked me off the sidelines here to say, it's not just talk. It is incredible. And when you go to these meetings and you start actually talking about how many cents per kilowatt hour it costs for our lights and what we're paying now and what's an affordable rate of energy, hardly anybody in the room knows anything about that. And it's unbelievable because I discovered that being on the Wave Energy Trust after a while is if you don't have an understanding of costs and what the cost of electricity and how it gets distributed and generated, it's pointless that you're just part of a process that's trying to move something forward that doesn't make any sense economically, but for political reasons, we're doing it. And yes, and I know some of those people in that industry, and it's all about they want to get rich, and they will, unless we stand up and say we shouldn't be even contemplating doing it. We should be studying the OCS for the next 10 years to even begin to understand it, that marvelous place.
Well, and the deepest existing offshore wind platform in the world is at 200 meters. And we're looking at the edge of our call areas being 1,300 meters. So, for them to prove that they can continue to have something there that's going to stay in place, it's at a very different point from an industry development perspective than the bottom mounted wind turbine like you see on the East Coast.
and the East Coast energy markets and their ability to have alternatives is wildly different. I spent a lot of time, because the county commissioners asked me to be on board just to continue to work on this. I've been with the county for 10 years. So the first couple of years, I was under orders to make sure that I continue to stay involved. And I spoke to the people on it's such a remarkably different scenario on the East Coast, what their options are. But it's actually a pretty pathetic history as well, how they scam those companies and the people that were working to scam that through there as well in terms of an energy option and what they're doing to just run over the marine environment.
Yeah, sorry to get you going, Anno, but as Catherine Daniel said in the chat, thank you for the frank commentary. It's helpful for me to understand that a little bit more.
Thank you, Brett. Glad you got hired.
Thank you. All right. Well, obviously a very hot topic in many ways. So we're going to move on now to Moses, who will be updating us on coastal resilience plans in County.
Thank you for enduring.
Morning, everyone. Once again, I'm Michael Moses. You can call me Mike, Michael Moses. Hey, you stop that, whatever works, I'll respond to it. But normally I go by Moses, so you might hear people refer to me that way. Apologies to my coworkers for having to hear that joke so many times. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my project, what I've been working on, and will be working on for about the next year, hopefully, which is estuarine resilience action planning. So I have received some funds from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, their Coastal Resilience Fund, to plan for some natural infrastructure projects along bordering coastal communities. So we're going to develop 2 estuarine resilience action plans for 2 coastal jurisdictions, Tillamook and Coos respectively. So we have a North Coast and a South Coast representative jurisdiction. And we're focusing on the estuarine areas, the areas that are broadly under direct influence by the estuaries. So I'll talk to you. So these plans are going to be developed and are being developed in 3 phases. Phase 1 is our estuarine resilience needs analysis or assessment. So this is where we're engaging with local stakeholders, local organizations, partners across the counties to understand what are the threats, what are the risks, what are the vulnerabilities, what kinds of impacts do we anticipate from natural hazards with respect to the estuarine areas. And we chose the estuarine areas, I should say, because that's where the majority of coastal populations are centered, is around our estuaries. And I chose Tillamook and Coos counties because Tillamook, of course, you have quite a number of major estuaries here. And in Coos County, we have Coos Bay, a very large estuary, Coquille River estuary, a very long estuary, 41 miles. And so for our part in Tillamook, focusing on the 5, kind of 6 estuarine areas that we have here. So that phase 1, we've engaged a large swath of stakeholders across the county to understand what those needs are. So some of you are in the room, and thank you very much for your participation in that effort. We did a pre-survey, we did some listening sessions, which I thought went really well. And we're writing up all of that for our phase 1 product that will kind of paint the picture of what is the vulnerability related to natural hazards in Tillamook County. And of course, we found it's flooding. Flooding's the big concern. The flooding is what we really focused on evaluating. So that's what we're going to focus on throughout the process for Tillamook. In phase 2, that's when we do our kind of analyses. We develop, what are some options? What can we do to address these vulnerabilities that we now come to understand a little better, and how can we fit all of that under the broad umbrella of natural infrastructure, nature-based solutions? So that's kind of what we're moving into right now for Tillamook County. Starting to plan out, what are some of the analyses that we can do? What are some of the assessments, the tools, the resources that we can utilize to kind of do a deep dive on some of those vulnerabilities to understand at the end of it, kind of this menu of potential adaptation actions that we can take to address those vulnerabilities. And so re-engage our stakeholders in the county once again at the end of that process for some adaptation action planning workshops to say, okay, you know, here's all the things we could do. What sounds good to you? What sounds feasible? What sounds achievable, reasonable? And what will, what will these actions buy us in terms of resiliency? So that at the end of it, we kind of have a winnowed down final list of projects that our partners want to plan for and move ahead with. And then in phase 3, that's when we'll start to prioritize those actions, develop some goals and timelines for each of those, and post some milestones on those timelines, and target some funding sources or whatever else needs to be planned for to help move these projects forward wherever they might be. I should say it doesn't have to be projects that we conjure up through this process. It could be something that's already underway, already being planned for, whether it's in the design phase, the permitting phase, or whether you've already broken ground. That could all be included in this process. So the approach of this process here is meant to be really bottom-up, community-driven. So that's why we're leaning heavily on local understanding, local perspectives from a broad swath of stakeholders, led by local community organizations. So here in Tillamook County, we're calling it TEP is our co-lead for this process. Down in Coos County, the Partnership for Coastal Watersheds is leading the effort there, and also the South Slough National Estuary Research Reserve staff is helping us for the Coquille River part of that. Engage local stakeholders, as I mentioned, and we're trying to understand local concerns and perspectives. So we've reached out to quite a number of folks, and we'll be continually engaging them throughout the process. Assisted by technical expertise, we have some partners at the University of Oregon's Institute for Policy Research and Engagement who really specialize in disaster and resilience planning. So we're leaning heavily on a lot of their technical expertise and their experience to understand, what are the steps that we need to take and how are we going to do that. And they have a FEMA grant that's funding some of their work down in Coos for the Coos Estuary. So we've been leveraging a lot of that work and trying to adapt and replicate that in some of our other jurisdictions. So that comes with the leverage existing and anticipated planning efforts as well. So a number of plans have already been developed over the last, say, 10 years or so in each of the counties to plan for different aspects, to understand different vulnerabilities and needs throughout the county. So we're utilizing that, leaning on that as much as possible. For example, TEP, just a few years ago, they did a vulnerability assessment for Tillamook County, but theirs really was narrowly prescribed for key species, key habitats that were threatened. And so a lot of their goals and their findings were focused on that, whereas some of our vulnerability assessment work, we've been trying to look a little more broadly, look at built infrastructure, look at community factors, social factors. Things will kind of fill in the gaps and add another piece to the puzzle of the planning landscape. And scientifically grounded and guided, so there's actually quite a bit of guidance out there for this process. NOAA and EPA are the two big ones that we've been leaning heavily on that provide guidance that's grounded in the literature for how to assess vulnerability and how to plan for some of these projects. So we're leaning on that as much as we can. And then this is a pilot process. So we only had the capacity and the time to do a couple of jurisdictions. So that's why we're only doing these 2 counties. But really it's a pilot process, and at the end of it, the different plans will look slightly different from one another. No 2 plans will be the same. So at the end of the process, we'll kind of take a look, an assessment of what worked, what didn't work so well, what we could improve the next time. And then in the future, maybe roll it out to future jurisdictions. And then it's a focus on natural or green infrastructure, as I mentioned. So I'd like to talk about that for just a moment. So in case you're not already familiar, you may have heard the terms natural infrastructure, green infrastructure, nature-based solutions, kind of all different ways to say the same thing. But it could be, any number of different kinds of projects that you might imagine, just that don't involve, necessarily putting in concrete somewhere. So it could be, construction of barrier islands, reconnecting tidal wetlands and marshes, installing large woody debris in streams, or, could be something like bioswales incorporated into the city, rain gardens, green roofs, things that you might not think of as green infrastructure. Or it could be as simple as rezoning different parts of the urban areas to include more green spaces. So it's a broad definition, it's a very flexible definition, and gives us a lot of leeway for planning in that sense. And the goal of the green infrastructure at the end of it all, at least when we're thinking about flooding, let's say in Sullivan County, the goal is to really slow and absorb incoming floodwaters, redirect them, attenuate wave energy, shorten wave height, anything we can do to kind of slow the impacts of wave energy, whether it's coming from storm surge, tsunami, king tides, whatever it might be. And the benefits to green infrastructure are many, as you might imagine, besides just protecting coastal shorelines and urban areas, but it can improve ecological factors, we can improve environmental factors, water quality, air quality, and can even generate money for the local economies as well, as it creates more green spaces, it beautifies areas, we can generate recreational opportunities for people and all the business associated with that. So desired outcomes here. So in the short term, looking for local jurisdictions and our community partners to really understand what are the threats and needs in their area. And so for our process, it's going to be focused on those estuarine areas and the communities surrounding them. In the future, we'll have a better understanding of where resilience is at. And then understand the potential actions, the costs and benefits. What can we do? What are the possible solutions that we can move forward with? What is going to work for us in the future, and be able to use that for future planning efforts as well, to look back and say, this is what we did for this process, and this is how well it worked. So for the next process, we'll use that. And then partners are prepared to seek funding and move projects forward. So whether, like I said, whether the project is something that we have not yet come up with, or it's something that's already underway, just looking to provide assistance for folks to move forward with that. So in a lot of cases, it's going to be funding and capacity dependent. So if we can conduct all of this assessment work, plan for a specific project, put that on paper, and it's already encapsulated in a plan, then our partners can take that when they apply for funding and say, see, we've already done this assessment. We have a good understanding of what this is going to buy for us, how it's going to benefit the community, and that will help kind of give a leg up to folks who are applying for funding. Long-term, local community action for resilience. So partners are going to be better prepared on these projects. And really, my hope is that in 10 years, 20 years, that the utility of these plans will kind of already be used up because we will have planned for a set number of projects and we'll have implemented them, or we're moving forward on all of them. And we can look back at the plan and say, well, we did all of these things, and so now we need to move on to the next process. And it's going to be integrated with other planning initiatives. So we are leaning a bit on some of the other planning work that's been done, natural hazard mitigation plans, things like that. So one, that we're not duplicating efforts, not overextending our stakeholders and partners, but also so that it kind of fits into all the other planning work that's been done. But then for future planning initiatives, maybe it'll help us understand what we need to do next. And we'll already have facilitated some partnerships, some relationships in coastal jurisdictions that we can lean on for some of those future planning efforts. So I'm thinking things like maybe updating our decades-old estuarine management plans. And then future efforts build on this work, so expand capacity coastwide. So a lot of what I already said, and in the future, this is going to be funding and staff capacity dependent. Roll it out to the 5 remaining coastal jurisdictions. So to that end, we have already submitted a pre-proposal for this year's NIFWF Coastal Resilience Fund, and our proposal is for the next round to do Lincoln and Lane counties. So we'll see if we get invited for a full proposal. We should hear back any day now. And if we do get invited for a full proposal, We would submit that next month and probably hear back this fall, and then the process would start maybe around this time next year. So the current process that we're in right now will be completed about this time next year, end of May of 2023. For Tillamook County, we just wrapped up our phase 1, so I'm writing up all of that right now, so painting that picture of vulnerability, and I'll happily send that around to you for feedback if you're interested in seeing it, if you're not already engaged in our process. And so we're starting to transition for Tillamook County now into that phase 2, starting to identify what are the tools and resources, the assessments, the analyses that we need to do to kind of develop what are some of these potential actions that we want to bring to our stakeholders at the end of phase 2. For Coos, we're in phase 2. We're about to do our adaptation action plan workshops down there. We're actually doing sector-specific workshops. We have 5 different workshops that we're going to start in about a week or 2 down there to kind of get different sector-specific related concerns and start planning some of those potential actions. And then I have a separate subgroup for the Coquille River estuary, just to increase capacity for planning on that estuary. And we're still doing our vulnerability analysis right now for those folks. So some of the partners that we have currently engaged in Tillamook County, so some of you here in the room, thank you very much for your efforts. Tillamook Estuaries Partnership is our lead partner again. So we're engaging municipal governments at county, city level. Right now we have North Coast Lands Conservancy, the Soil and Water Conservation District, Port of Garibaldi, local watershed councils, and a number of state agencies involved on our Tillamook working group. Down in Coos County, as I mentioned, Partnership for Coastal Watersheds and SMIR are our lead partners there. And a similar swath of other local stakeholders are participating. And, a number of nonprofit organizations as well, and as we have the Coquille Indian tribe participating there too. We also have our partners at the Oregon Coastal Management Program, and these folks we can lean on a little bit for technical assistance as well, whether it's at DLCD or otherwise. So we have ODFW, OPRD, OWRD, DSL are all participating to various degrees. And then, as I mentioned, our partners at the University of Oregon. And that's all I have for you. Any questions?
Can I put in a quick pitch for wetlands?
Yes, please do.
In all this, so you guys are probably all under a lot of pressure or demands for development, especially housing. If you have a local wetlands inventory, use that local wetlands inventory to look and see, what properties have wetlands on it that are probably going to be developed for these things. Where are you going to find mitigation for that? So think about how is that mitigation going to fit into, because remember that wetlands have these functions that are great for slowing floodwaters and storing floodwaters and kind of removing some of those risks. So think about where that mitigation can be that might also add to some of the resilience for flood pressures, et cetera, et cetera. Thanks.
Is this process going to involve any updates to those local wetland inventories? Because I think ours is 30 years old at this point.
Not my process specifically. So again, what we're really looking to do is identify where do we have some risks and vulnerabilities in Tillamook County associated with flood hazards related to the estuaries. I think things you are all more than familiar with, and what are some projects. So think on the grandest scale, we have Southern Flow Corridor project, where we're reconnecting these historic tidal wetlands. And I don't think we're going to necessarily get that size of a project out of this process, but it could be anything from that scale to as simple as some habitat restoration. We're planting some willows and native species to cool stream temperatures for fish, or whatever it might be. So if there's anything that you know of that is already occurring or that you would like to do, specific sites around the county that would be good candidates for a project like this, please reach out to me, contact me, let me know. That's something we're starting to take notes on right now what the potential projects are that we can plan for. So, thank you.
Within the estuaries, the recently produced coastal marine ecological classification standard is a GIS set of layers, habitats that do have updated estuarine wetland habitat mapping. So I would look at that resource. Because I do think we factored in local wetland inventories where they intersected with the estuary data.
You were probably talking about freshwater wetlands more than.
We have some of both, so.
One thing I did want to mention is that part of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, there was significant new funding for National Fish Wildlife Foundation added too, so to fund the kind of projects that are identified in this resilience plan. So again, those don't have to go through us. It can be, anybody can apply for those, but did want to mention that the plans that Moses is working on, hopefully that's the whole idea, is that they will set communities up to apply for grants in the future to Midwest.
Hey, Patty, there's a question for you, tangentially related. Any chance there will be funding for an updated estuary management plan for the Columbia River estuary in the coming years? This is from Denise. I know I ask this question every year, and I'm wondering if there might be funds for this work, given the additional federal funds that may be made available.
Boy, Denise, the problem is planning is really hard to get money for, as you know. I would love to do that. I know we desperately need to update. There's a number of exceptions in the Columbia River estuary plan that need to be updated, and it's going to take quite a process. And we will keep on looking, but the grants that were available, that we're aware of right now, are really for the acquiring or restoring. Both programs under the infrastructure bill that I'm aware of are really for increasing green infrastructure and resilience. So we're still struggling to find the planning financial assistance, but we know we're very aware that you need that, and we want to do that. But so I think we're just going to have to keep looking for that at this point, unfortunately. But thank you for the question.
And we know that Clatsop County this is an area of strong interest for them, and that they're looking at ways to help facilitate that process moving forward as well. So.
Any other questions? Well, we are past due for our break. There's refreshments in the back there. Please help yourself, and let's come back at 25 after. All right, this is looking sad, 20 after.
So is this your last call?
Ethan? Oh gosh.
Yeah. Ethan?
strongness of that. So.
Yeah.
Caring. They were role models.
Yeah, I just doing it the first time. When I walked in there, over the years, because I was there for so long, I was just struck by, oh my God. It's like, everybody still knows me, and I know these people, they're hugging me. I sure into these, I took my daughter a couple years ago there. And now, I think, I go back, I'm really getting to the point where the turnover's been so great. Yeah, well, and you know what? Good, you know, I couldn't do it. Just know that. Yeah, and I could, you know, my role was CCA, that was basically a bipartisan organization, trying to do that in a highly polarized environment.
Well,
Is good luck with that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like we're not, but like, you know.
No, I pretend to that. It's like, oh, that was my world. It's not anymore. So don't, and I don't want to be sure what they're going to do about that. That sounds like an old person. But it's not, you know, and all those lobbies that I know for decades are still there. Look at me like, you saved. You found a way to get out of here, you know, we miss you. And I said, no, we miss our time. It was more bipartisan. We had a lot of fun.
You know, Oregon was like, you know, like all Republicans, like, that's great. It's, you know, it's really, and it's changed over the past.
I knew. Anderson, because I've known him very well, was kind of a established Republican service kind of guy. But man, I love it. I've known him for a decade or two. But he's been so silent about supposed to go to the Republican Party, and this and that. It's like, you know, Jesus did, you forget how to talk. But I know what's happening is they don't want to talk about it. So just like Kristen Foster is running now, so I saw one interview with her, and I spent far less time in politics, but I saw an interview with her. And I've met her, she's an interesting person, all that, you know, accomplished, but when asked by the reporter, would you comment on what's happening with statewide or national and such and such and such and such? Well, I prefer not to talk about it. The guy asked her 3 or 4 times, but I prefer not to talk about that. He said, what do you prefer not to talk about that? What? Just like that's what my friend did. When I see him, I said, well, how about that? Just heard he like resigns from and puts out that cryptic note saying that there are more people are even more evil in our party than the Democrats. That's what he wrote. And he said, yeah, it was in the Oregon. He said, it's not a rumor. Yeah, he said it out. Guess what? He's probably getting crazy death threats and his family. Absolutely, they're nuts. And that's my big takeaway is that I talk to all, you know, fire hose that I drink out of. We're that close to the Civil War. I'll tell you what, and people talking to their neighbors, like, you step foot on my property, I'm going to shoot you right in the eye. I mean, it is so raw, it's angry out there. We lost our way in the last couple of years. It's just frightening. But there's none of it. It's all about my so-called rights, or whatever that is. And like everybody else, I really think it's looking at something really.
But I just started to get less summer TV, so being a sort of much proper. Working with for the and doing a temperature monitoring effort and for myself. Looking at GIS maps. Trying to sort
You start doing
Cool, yeah, and I have some stuff like out there as well, just area. But there's like. Yeah. Yeah.
One, it's more like headwater.
Yeah.
With even more back out in that.
Yeah, okay, 11:23. Ethan's gonna be next. Yeah, so we kind of had to rearrange the schedule a bit to accommodate some changes in other people's schedules. So Ethan, who is with our housing side, is going to step up now and give us a presentation on all the multiple housing pieces that have come together over the last year.
Thank you, Lisa, and hi, everyone. Apologies for throwing a wrench into things for the schedule today. Much apologies, but I am happy to be here with you today. My name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm the Senior Housing Planner at DLCD. I wish I could be out on the coast today, but instead I am in Portland. But let's talk through some of the housing initiatives at the state level, and we can talk through some of those kind of broader policy conversations, address some of those kind of issues head on, and also provide you with a little bit of resources or at least access to some resources that could help you try to address some housing issues in your communities, which I'm sure you all are experiencing. So before we jump into this presentation, I just want to give a heads up that the slides, I can make those available. There's a few links in those slides. So if you're interested in kind of clicking through those, you'll have those available. And then also there's a couple natural breaks in the presentation where you can ask questions, but please do feel free to kind of jump in and interrupt me if you have a question, especially if it's to clarify something that I said. So with that, let's jump into it. So obviously, it probably comes to no surprise to the folks in the room here that we are experiencing a massive housing unit shortage across the state of Oregon. The analysis that you see on the screen is from a recent study conducted by DLCD, my department, and OHCS, Oregon Housing Community Services, that basically analyzed the 20-year housing need for the entire state of Oregon. And it resulted in obviously this massive number of almost 584,000 units over a 20-year period. That includes both the numbers of housing units that we need over 20 years to accommodate population growth, in-migration, so on and so forth, but it also includes the underproduction of housing that we see today, which is not something that's been part of other analysis on this front. So obviously that's a massive, massive number and quite concerning. So how we're going to address it, but let's talk about what this actually means in terms of, trying to address identifying what is the actual issue here and what's leading to that shortage. So as a land use planner, and especially at DLCD, we like to think about land use and zoning as one of the primary factors, but certainly not the only factor in the current housing market conditions that we see today. But land use does play a major role in that, and jurisdictions have the authority to, of course, regulate land use in particular ways, but the ways that we've seen residential developments being regulated in the past, in the recent past, is leading to bigger and less affordable housing. And that's becoming more so every year. So pulling those kind of land use levers in the way that we can, or in that DLCD has, and local jurisdictions kind of have the authority to do, can really try to move the needle on the issues that we're seeing in the housing market today. So we'll talk about some of the ways that both the state and local governments are trying to attempt to solve that. Well, let's talk first about just the general framework of housing planning in the state. So I heard through the introductions, there's lots of planners in the room. So you're probably familiar with the statewide planning goals, but specifically at DLCD, we like to kind of think about those as our guiding lights. But then as a housing planner, I like to think about Goal 10 housing as kind of my guiding light. And as we're looking through kind of the lofty language of Goal 10, we see a lot of these things about how we're attempting, or how the planning framework in general is constructed to address some of those issues. So if you look closely enough, you can kind of see all of these unique pieces as part of the Goal 10 framework. It talks about numbers of needed housing, so the housing supply, talks about how those housing units should be commensurate with the financial capabilities of Oregon households, so affordability. And it also talks about housing choice, about allowing for a flexibility of location, type, and density of that housing. So we have these really good bones in the existing system, in the land use system as it's drafted today. So how can we build on that and work through some of those unique issues more in a more refined way? So also, if you're a planner, this process may look somewhat familiar. I know that there's a couple county planners in the room, so maybe not as familiar, but typically the process for fulfilling the intent of Goal 10 is structured by this housing capacity process. So basically this process is a technical exercise, a formulaic exercise of measuring projected housing need based on population growth, measuring your capacity of your lands within your urban growth boundary to accommodate that increase in housing need over that 20-year planning period, and then mashing those two together and determining if you have a sufficiency or a deficiency of land to that zone to accommodate that housing. And typically that process, it goes through efficiency measures, which would be kind of the growing in and up, kind of growing within and up within the UGB, but then also includes urban growth boundary adjustment. So those are kind of the two metrics that we've historically used to try to think about how we're planning for housing over the long range. Let's talk a little bit about how that is either changing or is being amended today through the legislative process and through some DLCD initiated elements. I've got this long list here of housing legislation from some of the past sessions. Obviously, this is not an exhaustive list. The legislature is increasingly focused on housing and housing legislation, but these ones are pretty important in terms of how cities are going about their process today and in the future. So we'll talk about these in a little bit more detail. I'm going to skip around on these a little bit because some of these are related to ongoing and future work at the department. So we'll kind of leave that towards the end and focus on some of these other ones first. So the big one here, and I think probably is pretty relevant to folks on this call today, is Senate Bill 1051. This is a really old piece of legislation. If we're talking about housing legislation, it's 5 years old at this point, which it just seems like things move so fast nowadays that seems like a long way away. But anyway, Senate Bill 1051 basically required that cities of a population 2,500 or greater, and then counties of a population of 15,000 or greater, allow for the development of at least one accessory dwelling unit on a lot that has a single family detached home on it. which is important. I think a lot of jurisdictions are have already gone through the process to update their development codes to allow that. I think there are other jurisdictions across the state that have not yet gotten to that point, and so it is another plug for jurisdictions who are attempting to do that. But two other elements of that bill that were really important in terms of how we go about approving, reviewing, and planning for housing. The first is needed housing. Initially, the definition of needed housing was housing that is identified as needed in your housing needs analysis. It then changed to incorporate other elements. But then finally in 2019, it was expanded to be all residential development. So all housing is needed housing under the statute. That's important because when we talk about clear and objective standards, which is another element of Senate Bill 1051, all residential development at this point, because all housing is needed housing, must have a pathway through the development review process that is clear and objective, which does not include any discretion, and that all of those approval criteria, all of those conditions are clear and objective. Cities could apply a more subjective path if they so choose as an alternative path, but that clear and objective pathway must be present in order to be fully compliant with House or with state law. There's a guidance document that we've updated based on some recent legislation. If you're interested, if your jurisdiction is still going to go through that process to update your codes to be clear and objective, feel free to take a look at that document and find out some advice there. So on House Bill 2918, this is a newer piece of legislation. This one is not necessarily related to how cities plan for housing, but is mostly related to the production of housing and specifically affordable housing. So House Bill 2918 requires that all cities and all counties, there's no population threshold there, report their public lands that are identified as surplus to DLCD by January 1st of every even numbered year. DLCD's responsibility on that then is to map and provide that information in a publicly available format online, so that with the purpose of expressed purpose by the legislature, so that affordable housing developers, nonprofits, so on and so forth, could find this one-stop shop to review possible lands for low or no cost transfer to build affordable housing. And so that information is published on the Oregon Explorer, which hosts quite a few different DLCD maps. This layer has been added if you're interested in taking a look. And then if you're a jurisdiction that has not submitted, this doesn't sound familiar to you at all, and you have not submitted any of that surplus land information to DLCD, feel free to submit that information through DLCD's housing portal, which just requires a quick sign up and an account. And the steps are pretty straightforward from that point. And we would love to have some of that additional information to make that tool as useful as possible. There's even though there's the deadline of January 1st of every even numbered year to submit that information, there's no deadline for when DLCD closes that portal. It's open at all times, and you can edit your information as things change. So this next bill is one that Patty already mentioned at the beginning of the presentation today, or the beginning of the meeting today, which is House Bill 4064. And this is an important one, especially when we talk about housing choices that are affordable to folks at all income levels. Typically, previous to this bill, cities across the state regulated manufactured dwellings and prefab dwellings, I would say somewhat differently than they did to stick-built or site-built homes on the same lot or parcel. Those manufactured dwellings had to be greater than 1,000 square feet, or had to have a certain roof pitch, or so on and so forth. But House Bill 4064 did away with that and prohibit cities from applying development codes that are not the same as they would be for a site-built or stick-built home on that same lot. So just a heads up, if you're a jurisdiction that receives manufactured housing applications and you have some of those older development code standards on the books, just be sure that you're aware of House Bill 4064 and that your current standards are unenforceable if they're different. So a heads up on that. So those are kind of the three real quick ones. I wanted to jump in some other items, but I'll pause there for questions if there are any.
For the manufactured housing siting, there might be a few of our regulations that are lighter or lower for manufactured housing, at least in certain districts. Is that allowable or?
Great question. Yes. So typically on these types of legislation, it's equal or less restrictive than is kind of the bar. So that equal standard or is, what cities are required to do. They could go less or require kind of less strict standards for those manufactured dwellings.
Ethan, I wanted to clarify something you said about needed housing. You said all housing is considered needed housing. My understanding was under Goal 10 that housing in rural areas, unincorporated areas is not needed housing under Goal 10. Is that correct?
Great point. Yeah, thank you for that. So when I have and I struggle with this all the time, I have such a city UGB focused mindset as we're talking about these housing things. But yes, so needed housing within UGBs are kind of within that needed housing definition. But you're right, those other housing types in those urban unincorporated areas would not be part of that definition.
Okay, thanks.
Can I step in? So Ethan, even though it's not needed housing, it's true that LUBA has now determined that the application for clear and objective standards does extend outside the UGBs and was affirmed by the appellate court.
Right. Yeah. We're adding all sorts of additional nuance to that. That's a great point. So clear and objective standards are tricky because who actually knows what those clear and objective standards mean and where they apply is also kind of up in the air. But like Amanda's mentioning, those clear and objective processes must be extended to those rural residential type areas as well. In applications. There's more reading if you're curious about kind of those nuances. There's more reading you can do as part of that guidance document that's linked there on this previous slide. And then also, if you really, really want to dive into it, the Oregon Revised Statute citation is ORS 197-307, I believe. Any other questions? Really good ones. All right. Hearing none, I will move into House Bill 2001 and House Bill 2003. I want to put a big caveat on top of both of these before we jump in. These pieces of legislation are solely intended to require cities of a certain size to do certain things and how they regulate housing. So the thresholds for House Bill 2001 is that any city over population 10,000 is subject to these. But I think for those smaller jurisdictions and for, especially in coastal areas, kind of thinking about how you can play with some of these different regulations that are applicable to not necessarily you, but provide really good guidance and resources and background for your policy decision-making processes. I think both of these pieces of legislation offer some really good pathways there. So House Bill 2001 is kind of the middle housing bill. You might have heard that term before, but basically it requires that cities allow these middle housing types, which are defined as duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhouses, and cottage clusters, generally in areas where only previously single-family detached home dwellings were allowed. It's those really low density zones, opening up the opportunity for property owners to build other types of housing on those lands. and knowing that those really low density zones across the entire state and really across the country are the predominant zoning district. And opening up those zoning, that massive amount of land for additional housing can help alleviate some of that housing market pressure. That's kind of the intent of House Bill 2001, and cities across the state are implementing this as we speak. So the deadline for compliance for larger cities across the state is June 30th of 2022. I know that there's a couple cities in the room that are defined as medium-sized cities, and they've had those regulations on the book since June of 2021. So they're almost a full year in. But in terms of resources, House Bill 2001 provides three things that I think are of interest. The first is a medium cities model code. So that's only duplexes. The model codes are a set of standards that can be applied or adopted right off the shelf. They are full development codes. They include things like definitions. They include things like purposes. They include all of the siting and design standards that you might be interested in. So they are kind of ready to go, ready to be deployed if you're interested in taking a look at those, if you need a place to start. And then the large city model code includes all of the other middle housing types in addition to duplexes. I would classify the model code as a best practice set of standards, or I would even classify it a little bit further and say that it's a developer-friendly set of development standards. And so if that's kind of just a bridge too far for local governments and those standards don't quite work, I would recommend taking a look at the administrative rules, which establish kind of the range of outcomes or the range of standards that meet the test of quote unquote unreasonable. The inverse of that, they meet the test of being reasonable standards that cities can apply to middle housing. That's for both siting standards, things like setbacks, building height, so on and so forth, and design standards, things like front door entry and window placement and all of that kind of stuff. So I think both of those are worthwhile resources to take a look at if you're interested in middle housing. But let's move into, well, first, are there any questions about House Bill 2001, middle housing? All right. Here none, we'll move into House Bill 2003, which is more about like housing planning and less about development codes and so on and so forth. And I know from conversations that I've had with planners across the state that, you know, we have a housing issue today, and I don't want to talk about housing planning and planning for housing 20 years in the future. I need solutions now. And I think that, I mean, of course, that makes a lot of sense, which I think is part of like the House Bill 2001 and the manufactured dwelling set of legislation, but House Bill 2003 focuses on that housing planning and the housing kind of production or the housing needs side of things. So take that for what it's worth as I'm kind of talking through this here. House Bill 2003 focuses on three pieces: a regional housing needs analysis, putting some standards and framework around the housing capacity or housing needs analysis, and the housing production strategy. So we've already taken a look at this graphic or diagram before. Hopefully this looks familiar. This is the previous or the process for housing planning previous to House Bill 2003. House Bill 2003 put this process on a regular schedule. So cities of a population of 10,000 or greater outside of the Portland metro boundary have to conduct this process on an 8-year cycle. Every 8 years, they update this, this analysis. House Bill 2003 also added an additional piece to this element for cities over a population 10,000. So you've got this analysis, you run that analysis, you know you have a sufficiency or a deficit of land to accommodate your housing. And that's really kind of where it ended previous to House Bill 2003. There was some elements about efficiency measures and UGB, but it didn't really talk about the policy related to that. House Bill 2003 added the housing production strategy, which is kind of this follow-on document to the housing capacity analysis. And it really asked cities to set forward the plan of action that they're going to be setting into motion over the next 6 or 8 years, and how they're going to facilitate the production of that needed housing over time. These are things like zoning regulations. These are things like reducing regulatory impediments, financial incentives and resources, and then also things related to land acquisition, leasing, and public-private partnerships. Right now, we've got a list of, I think it's over 80 different strategies included in what we call this kind of menu of options for cities to take a look at. It's really a great resource if cities are kind of just sitting there thinking about how they're going to plan for their housing and maybe have some idea where to start, but don't know the exhaustive list of options available to them. This list and menu of options, I think, is intended to close that gap and say, hey, maybe we could, as a state, just provide this list of strategies that cities can pick and choose from. So that's what this is intended to do. There's a link to this in this slideshow. So when you get that, you can feel free to take a look at that. All right. So that's kind of the two of the three things for House Bill 2003. The third piece is, I would say, kind of the biggest piece of that work, and is the piece of work that we're working on most intently at this point in time, because it has some impacts on how the state does housing planning in the future. So the regional housing needs analysis basically is a summary of the housing need across the state that is allocated, or that's conducted at a regional level, and then allocated down to the local governments in a kind of fair share manner. That's the expressed purpose or the intent of a regional housing needs analysis by the legislature. It's a concept that's adapted from California, but has been adjusted to fit the Oregon context. And the kind of purpose of this would be to say, we know that housing markets don't stop at a UGB. They have, there's urban unincorporated areas, areas of counties that are providing housing or that are seeing a growth in residents and providing housing. We should be thinking about those at a regional level. And what happens in Astoria has an impact on Seaside, and a cascading effect of decisions really impact the housing market as a whole. And so we can think about that a little bit more holistically. And then the legislature directed DLCD and OHCS to conduct that analysis and then come back to them in the 2023 legislative session next year with recommendations on how that could or could not be incorporated to the Oregon housing planning framework. So that's kind of what we're working on at the moment. We've had a series of focus groups and kind of stakeholder outreach about how that could and may work. And so we'll talk about how you can get involved in that in just a little bit here. But first, let's talk about why would we even need to go through a major change like that in the housing planning process? Well, first, we know that what we've been doing for the past almost 50 years has not necessarily been working. We know that we have a massive shortage of units. We have some geographic disparities that do not get remedied as part of the localized housing needs analysis program. And so we're kind of bringing those items into the fold. So a regional housing needs analysis would incorporate the underproduction of housing into an analysis of future housing need. The local housing needs analysis, as the statutes and the Oregon administrative rules create that process now, is that cities from year zero take an assumption that there is no underproduction of housing, that we have a sufficient amount of housing today as we're starting that planning process, which we know is not the case. We know that we have existing shortages that we need to account for. And that's just not part of the current analysis. And second is that the H&A process, the local H&A process, has a tendency to reinforce what has been the past into the future. So if a local jurisdiction has been in the past growing at a particular rate, that is expected to be the case over the next 20 years, which we know isn't necessarily accurate. And then also that has a tendency to reinforce some of those geographic disparities. If you're a jurisdiction that's has a affluent population, you're going to be planning for affluence. And if you're a jurisdiction that has a lower income, a larger share of lower income housing, you're going to be planning for that just by nature of how the local H&A process is constructed. So the regional housing needs analysis intends to break down both of those elements and major gaps in the existing process. So this graphic, and I know that I'm going a little bit over time, so I'm kind of jump through this slide right here pretty quickly. So this is just describing the three elements of a regional housing needs analysis. We've got the projected need over the 20-year period. That's very similar to the existing H&A process, but we're incorporating the underproduction of housing and then housing for people experiencing homelessness. And you'll recognize this 584,000 units. That number, these three elements is how we get to that large number over the 20-year period. Okay. So also part of the regional housing needs analysis is to simplify this really, really complex system of housing planning that we found ourselves in. If you take a look at the really constituent parts of a housing capacity analysis or a housing needs analysis and the housing production strategy, you have to create this really, really complex graphic with all sorts of arrows, yes or no questions as part of it. And it's part of the reason why housing planning is so controversial in the state of Oregon, in terms of there's a series of assumptions that need to be made at each of these steps. And each one of those assumptions can be an opportunity for further questioning, litigation, complexities, and so on and so forth. So the purpose of this regional housing needs analysis program, I think in general, is to simplify that process, have really in-depth conversations about what it means to build housing efficiently in our cities, and then also be open and frank about the need and the desire to expand an urban growth boundary to accommodate that housing and not create barriers to that process that's intended through the statewide planning system. Whoa, went a little fast there. So how do we intend to move forward in this kind of endeavor of fixing that really complex system? So like I mentioned before, we're having some regional forums to talk about this process in much more detail. Those are 2-hour meetings. We get a chance to really sit down and describe that regional housing needs analysis process and each of its parts in a lot more detail. And then also, half of that meeting is to hear from the folks in the room about their concerns or their feedback or their suggestions on that kind of proposed process. And then also we've got a series of housing needs working groups and housing capacity working groups. These are folks who are technically steeped in the housing planning process and are providing guidance to our department in how we might make recommendations to the legislature and how to incorporate that process into housing planning. I will just, of course, none of this is set in stone, and there's no, policy that we have in mind in terms of where we think we will go by the end of this year. We are in the process right now about having those conversations. So I encourage you to get involved if what I've said today is raising your blood temperature somewhat, or if you're comfortable with it. We would love to hear from you. So I'd encourage the folks on this call to attend that June 2nd North Coast Regional Forum if you're available. And if you're not available at that time, feel free to reach out to me or others on the DLCD housing team, and we're happy to talk through, either get on the phone or send a series of emails back and forth. I think that's about it from me. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has on any of that.
Where is that forum going to be?
Yes, it is all virtual, so it's on Zoom.
Any other questions for Ethan? Well, thank you, Ethan, very much. I really appreciate it. You can see why we had Ethan give you this presentation. I just very briefly, when I started with DLCD 40 years ago, we had one goal 10 specialist. Now we have 6 people that are dealing with housing. So it just shows that the effort and that the state is trying to put into addressing that housing issue in Oregon. Thank you, Ethan.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Well, now, so our schedule is a bit off in more ways than one, but I believe we're going to have Sarah Absher from Tillamook County and Meg do their presentation on improvements to their plans. Go to the Sorry, yeah.
Rarely do I walk in the room and people are happy to see me.
A friendly crowd.
Right?
We only get that every so often.
Well, sorry to be the last before your lunch. I know yeah, it's gonna be worth it. So, I'm Meg Reed, the coastal shore specialist with DLCD. I work on coastal hazards and mostly goals 18 and 7.
Hi, I'm Sarah. For those of you who haven't had the pleasure of meeting, I'm the director of the Tillamook County Department of Community Development.
Yeah, and we're going to tell you a little bit today about a project we just completed together to update Tillamook County's goals 7 and 18, both their comprehensive plan element with inventory maps, as well as their land use ordinance code that was focused on geologic hazards, as well as their beaches and dunes overlay zone, because we got new data, which was really exciting, and also wanted to update to like best management practices for development in hazardous areas. And so I'll just give you a little bit of the background, but then I'll ask Sarah some questions and she'll tell us all about our experience working through this from the local government level, as well as our experience at the state level. So is there a clicker or?
Right there.
Oh, cool. Okay. Cool. So this was a plan amendment process because we were doing updates to the plan itself. We were able to give the county a technical assistance grant in the amount of $7,000 to help, which was mostly for their Measure 56 notice, the landowner notification, which was required for this because we were updating the maps. And one of the benefits that I think we did was that the county already had to do some flood hazard overlay zone updates because to meet FEMA requirements. So we were able to wrap this all together in one landowner notification, which is always a good thing, right? Because those are kind of, they can be a little bit controversial and people see that language coming into the mail, and the postage costs can be really high depending on how many you have to send. So it was nice to do the flood hazard, the beach and dune overlay zone, and the geologic hazard requirements all under one notification process. And just a little bit to show you why we wanted to update maps. I'm sure this is not going to surprise any of you. I'm sure a lot of you are still in this boat too, is for the beaches and dunes inventory for under goal 18, most communities use these maps from 1975. And they're just lines on a paper, right? They have been digitized, but they still look like this. So when you zoom in, the lines are really thick and it can be really hard to tell the difference between these types of landforms. You know, open sand dune complex, those kinds of things. And also, as we know, beaches and dunes are dynamic environments and they change over time. And especially with the introduction of dune grasses, they have stabilized a lot of areas. The jetties have changed the accretion patterns in a lot of places. So these landforms have definitely changed over the last 50 years, basically. So we were able to give a grant to Dogami to update these beach and dune landforms in Tillamook County. And we just found out we got federal dollars to do that for the entire coast. Yeah, starting this fall. So we're so very excited that we will have that new data that everyone can then adopt and use with their goal 18 element. And then similarly, this was the landslide inventory map, also from the 1970s that Dogami had originally produced, but we do have new data now for pretty much everywhere on the coast too. So again, this is something that is really really good to update. So this is an example of the new map. It's just a screenshot that shows all the data sets together. So this is landslide susceptibility as well as the beach and dune landforms. So you can see that it's much better detail. You can zoom in, you can put it, it's in the GIS, so you can put it up with other data layers, tax lots, all that kind of stuff. So obviously it's much easier to use from a practitioner standpoint, but it's also easier for the public too. It's more transparent. It's easier for them to understand what their risks are as well. And this is just another screenshot of it too with the legend, so you can see that the dune forms are hopefully clearly labeled and you can tell which ones are prohibited from development and so on and so forth. So anything else you want to add before we delve into your questions?
I would say so. Unfortunately, I am not going to be able to stay today, but my amazing staff, Melissa and Sheila, are here. So if you want to talk to them more about how this tool actually works in application, please feel free to visit with them during breaks. It's amazing, like what it's done for us in our office is huge. And they would be great people to talk to about that if you're interested in going through this process in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so why did you decide to undertake this plan amendment process with us?
This is going to be better because I'm in person.
Yeah.
So I'm sure many of you are working off of those 1975 maps that do not show roads, location of property lines. It takes a long time to identify a property. You might have to huddle and have a discussion about, well, what dune classification do you think it's in? Because 1 inch equals 10 miles and a magnifying glass doesn't help see that green map, right? So in a nutshell, that's why, is because for us, it was important to use the best available data. And this actually stemmed from our efforts for 4-unit management planning and what we're trying to do with protection of our 4 dunes. And so what we wanted to do was use the best available information, update our tools so we don't have paper maps anymore. And what's really great about this is not only as planners and practitioners, I love that word, where we can make decisions confidently now because we can clearly see and understand what classifications may fall over a property, but also we can confidently communicate that to a landowner or a consultant, because I mean, I think it's okay to say in this room that sometimes we're making our best educated guess. And sometimes we're gonna have to do that anyway. There's no way around it, but when we have opportunities to take on projects like this and enhance our tools, we're doing less guessing. And I think that that helps us all with efficiencies and then also knowing that we're making confident decisions that are the right ones.
And so can you talk a little bit about some of the general improvements that resulted from the amendments?
Sure. So typically a planner, at least in our office, we review a geologic hazard report or a beach and dune hazard report for construction or development. And once that decision is made, where we say yes or no, it meets the standards or the criteria that are outlined in the land use ordinance, oftentimes there's little engagement or interface that follows once that decision is made. And we all work in high hazard areas and there's risks and costs associated with that. So one of the biggest goals that we had in this process was making sure that there was stronger interface between planning staff, building inspectors, contractors, and the geoprofessional during the period and the course of construction. So that when that project was finally done, we had confidence in knowing that that project was built and completed the way it was supposed to. And so throughout both the geologic hazard report section of our ordinance and the beach and dune overlay zone, there's a lot of language incorporated and folded in that really pulls all of those parties and participants together to make sure there's communication, checks and balances, additional inspections, not only a conformance letter at the time that we're looking at the building permits for building permit review, but now prior to issuing a certificate of occupancy, we need another letter from that geoprofessional saying that that project is built the way it's supposed to be. And so there's you know, with that, I think that, you know, landowners get upset, contractors can get upset, they're very busy, we've all got a bunch of things to do, and there's so many components of a project to manage. But one of the things that we talk about is not just this project site, think about if you were a neighbor, you are someone in that community, it really adds those layers of accountability and responsibility to those parties within the process, that really that's where that lies. And then when the project's done, we're done. For projects on dunes, we did not have maintenance and restoration requirements post-construction. Those were folded in. Meg, as you mentioned Tuesday, our code is also silent about habitat restoration projects. And when we start working closer with OPRD and others, especially when we're looking at endangered or threatened species, habitat enhancement, we wanted to make sure that we had language in our ordinance that would support those efforts. They're limited to working with those agencies that are responsible for those habitat conservation plans. So not just anybody can go mow down a dune for some clover habitat, right? But there were holes and gaps that we identified that we wanted to make sure we were able to put in our program so that actually we'll all work more efficiently. And again, it gets down to those confident decisions.
I'll just add too that besides the habitat restoration being added, which a lot of codes are silent on, we also did a local beachfront protective structure permit. And like Robert, you and I were just talking, you do conditional use permits for those, but a lot of local jurisdictions don't have their own permit because generally they're put on the ocean shore, and so they go through a permitting process with OPRD. But there are some cases where people build those on their own property behind that jurisdiction, and then there's not really a good nexus to try to permit those. So we created a new permit that sort of matches that OPRD permit so that you can have more local control over what's getting put, especially when they get like buried and like don't have a lot of good engineering, and so it can end up causing a lot of problems, which we have seen happen many times. So.
Well, then the other thing that I know, like especially in my camp, that was really important for us is you get a report with the stamp. How many of you in the room know that that person is qualified to write that report? You don't. And let me tell you, from experience, if you go online and try to figure it out, it takes a lot of time and you still don't get the answer you want. So we also folded in a certification requirement where the professional preparing the report has to certify in that report that their license allows them to do the work. So it takes off us having to chase down stamps, a bunch of acronyms we may or may not know what they mean. And then again, we are to that report and you're reviewing it in good faith, knowing that the qualified and licensed professionals have done that work.
Yeah, that was a big one. And we did talk with both the professional licensing boards for the Oregon Board of State Geologic Examiners, as well as the Oregon State Board of, OSBILs. I always forget how to say that, but land surveyors and engineers, about certified engineering geologists are really generally the ones who you want to be doing those reports. Registered geologists can't do those reports, especially when they're making recommendations about siting, recommendations on mitigation measures for structures. They're not licensed to do that. And then geotechnical engineers can work alongside certified engineering geologists to do sort of the engineering side of remediation, but generally they can't really author a report solely either if they're describing geologic hazards. So this was like, it was a kind of a long process to try to figure out the nuances of these different professionals, but it was really helpful to try to get more clarity. And so now this code that has now been adopted by Tolman County is a model, and we can share this with anyone who's interested. And again, it's for all geologic hazards, so coastal erosion, landslides, and then dunes like core degrading, remedial grading, that kind of stuff.
Hey Meg, have you thought of putting any of that in rules?
The what?
No, especially that geological stuff. Because,
Yeah,
that is a quandary. We get, there's a couple of firms and people that we, as practitioners, we've always knew. If it's a geo from Douglas and Schlicker and Associates, it's like, amen.
Right.
And then God knows what this other stuff is. But if you've got a jurisdiction that maybe doesn't want to hold people, make sure that we get really, and it's mostly from Newport North anyway that these things get Oh, well, yeah, Sebastian Shores. a few of them.
There's a ton in Coos County. but-
Coos County, oh, good. That'd be a reason to potentially standardize it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the licensing boards would go for that, just like my feeling with them, because, I mean, what each professional can do is codified in the ORSs and the OARs. But it does, especially on the engineering side, it gives a lot of discretion to the professional, saying that they are only allowed to do what they're licensed to do. And then really the way to check up on that is like complaint. It's a complaint-driven system, basically. So if people are complaining about the work that someone did, then it goes to the board and they make a decision about whether that person did something outside their practice or not. But I think that's why it's so important for local codes to codify it in their own land use ordinances, because then it does help to set that bar between the different realms of practice, which is tricky. But I mean, it's like in Newport, I don't know if they're still on, but I mean, I know that they only allow certified engineering geologists to do their reports. I'm not really familiar with Lincoln County's code, but yeah, so I
Well,
think
we tell
that's,
people that all the time. I'd have to go back even in my code, make sure how, but I mean, the interesting situation would be if you got presented with something that you, on its face, it looks like it's just a good old fashioned geologist, doesn't have any coastal expertise. And then you're in a difficult situation of having to tell a property owner, but we coach them all the time, you know, that it's not just a normal geologist or engineer, I should say.
yeah. We do have some licensing, like this little one pager that we put out a few years ago about, that we did with the Oregon State Board of Geologic Examiners about like kind of which professionals can do what, but I think it probably needs some updating and to reshare it with everyone so they know they exist. But yeah, I think putting it in code is really helpful. So I think we were going to talk about how you did outreach with your decision makers.
Sure. So Tillamook has several unincorporated communities along the coastline, and they're all unique in characteristics, personalities, and needs. And so the approach that I took was to reach out to each individual community. Actually did town halls because most of that was still when we were unable to meet. But did virtual town halls, and my average attendance was between 40 and 70 people per meeting, which was great. I did them on at night, I did them on the weekends, you know, whenever they could meet, I made sure I could be there. What was really great about those conversations was the conversation shifted away from a lot of these amendments, largely in part because they really didn't impact people's property rights or abilities to develop within these unincorporated communities because they're built and committed. And they all have Goal 18 implementation to exceptions. So the first thing was, you know, making sure everybody understood really what the amendments entail. And then once everybody was like, oh, okay, so I can still build or I can replace my home. And I'm like, yes, you can. Then, you know, the conversation shifted to, let's talk about hazards. Let's talk about risk reduction and mitigation. Let's talk about the importance of making sure that we're following these steps and we're getting these reports, because it's not just about your lot, it's about the people around you too. And it was fascinating and exciting to see those conversations shift from the amendments to discussion about natural hazards. And then they ultimately involved into conversations about emergency preparedness. And so that's also when I had an opportunity to bring in the emergency manager. And so for a lot of these community groups now, you know, they have this, you know, deepened sense of desire to work on emergency preparedness, better understand risk of hazards, and also what they can do to minimize those. And then the planning commission, so our decision makers, right, because they make the decisions, not us. I started talking to all of the decision makers, planning commission and the board of county commissioners early on. When I brought the grant paperwork forward, I talked about what we were doing and the importance of it. So by the time we actually got to the amendment hearings, I think I had 2 members of the public show up for, I think I did 5 hearings. I had 2 people show up, made it through the planning commission and the board of county commissioners with unanimous decisions to support the work. But it was a lot of conversations. But that was the key.
I think that was probably the most impressive thing too, because like that you did all those community halls beforehand, because like there was nobody testifying against these in the public hearings.
We got letters of support.
Yeah, we got letters of support, which is kind of amazing. And I've done this with other communities and that's not been the reception, so I
The
think
key
that.
thing was there that you were able to determine that it wasn't going to affect your development rights. That's why you had 50 people there that night.
Yeah.
Because you don't get 50 people out there on something like this unless they're scared.
Right.
That they're not going to be able to develop their property.
Yeah, the other thing I did was like a fact guide sheet that we posted on our website and shared. So I broke down in layman's terms, because people get Measure 56 notices and they, scare the bejesus out of them. They don't know what it means, they don't know who you are. And so there was this fact sheet, it was more of a pamphlet that I put online, and really broke things down in layman's terms, right? Because our public are not planners. So relaying to them in a simplified way what all of this meant, I think really helped too.
Yeah, it was a huge benefit. And so I think like just kind of breaking it down, DLC, we provided some financial support, we provided, like I helped Sarah with code writing and breaking down the maps. And then we helped develop an online viewer so you could look at the maps online, see the new data. But really the county took on the rest, all the public outreach, talking with the decision makers and talking with the public and dealing with the outfall of the landowner notification. I think you developed like an 800 number or something, right? Or
They
like
always got
separate-
an 800.
So I think that's really great
Yeah.
too, to have a separate one for people who are getting those landowner notifications. So it doesn't bog down the stack. So yeah, I think those are a lot of like how we broke it down. Is there anything else you wanted to?
Well, I just want to thank you. I didn't get to do that, and DLCD, and Lisa and Marion also provided comments, but, it is a lot of work. We're all understaffed. The development on the coast has been insane. I made the time. Because for me, it was worth it, and I saw a huge opportunity with DLCD with support and funding to do this. We sent out over 6,500 Measure 56 notices. And my staff helped handfuls and stuff those, right? Like, it was all hands on deck. Comp time. Take them home and watch TV. But it's so worth it. Like, I know the benefits that we're going to see moving forward are tremendous. And so if you could make the time and the assistance and money is there, please consider doing this. It was great. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so, well, if you want to learn more about geoprofessionals, I can talk to you about that or ad nauseam. But I just wanted to again reiterate that we are going to be getting this beach and dune landform mapping updated for the whole coast. So let me know if you're interested in doing an update, and also just being on a technical advisory committee to work with Dogami as they're making the map products, so that we make sure that they're really helpful for practitioners. They have the attributes that you want to know more information about and things like that. So that the end result is things that are really useful. And I think that's it. Yeah. So we'll take any questions, or if you want to just eat lunch, that's also good.
Actually, we had a question the other day. What was the plant that was on your? I think I know
Oh,
what it is,
Liz?
but we'll have you say. Or Laurel, that one.
Yeah. Well, with Laurel, that was actually, I think I know, but I'm not
I know
100%
it.
sure.
Hey, Laurel.
Laurel, do you know what plant that is?
She might not have it. We'll get back to that.
I used to know and forgot.
I know, we were always natives.
I have a few questions. So we're with Clatsop County. We are just kind of planning our own update to our geohazard ordinance. So we're in the process right now of updating our entire comprehensive plan. Goal 7 is pretty much done. We did a multi-jurisdictional natural hazards mitigation plan, which is effectively going to be our Goal 7. And then Goal 18, I think we're going to hire that one out. And so that one's a little bit further off. Everything else we've been doing internally. But right now there's an interest in updating our development code in geohazard areas. So a couple questions about that. One was, how long did this process take you from start to finish?
Well, no, there was a pandemic. We had a lot of work to do, right? I'd say about a year and a half.
Year and a half.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was a start and stop, right? A lot of it was when we had time, you know, and there were things we did independently and then pulling them back together. But I think, you know, I think it would be reasonable to get it done within a year.
Okay. And then second question is, I know there's a range of hazards, or susceptibility, I should say, from a low hazard to a high hazard, or high susceptibility rather. And then there's development impact that can also be really minimal to very major. And so I know some places are kind of trying to strike a balance between a low impact and a high hazard area, or a high impact and a low hazard area, and that kind of drives what the process is that you review that application under. So how did you approach that?
That's a great question. I forgot to talk about that. So Tillamook County reviews geologic and beach and dune hazard reports as a type 1. I know that's surprising to some people.
That was my next question.
Yeah, okay. I knew where you were going.
So no public notice,
no.
Yeah.
And so there were a couple of reasons why Tillamook County up to 2009 did review them with public notice. Lisa was a part of that program for many years and can appreciate the appeals and the hangups and the, you know, really looking at why are people appealing these? Are they appealing these because
Sarah,
they're really concerned?
just the report itself.
Right. Yes.
Yikes.
And so, you know, we get bogged down in reviews and appeals with non-geo professionals who really just didn't want their view blocked, right? The other piece of this, I know, totally. The other piece of this was, what are we really trying to accomplish in these reviews, right? So that's what I had to ask myself. What am I trying to do? What do I want? What's best for the community? It's not a public notice. It's getting your contractor, your geo-professional, your building inspectors, and that planner all together to commit to that project from start to finish to make sure it's done the way that licensed professional thinks it should be done. And that is where then you strike that balance also between low and high impacts, hazard susceptibility. And if you look, like if you go online and I have not posted these yet, so I gotta wait for my 21-day period. I got my pop notice to y'all. But we just finished this process I think 2 weeks ago or a week ago. The requirements, the standards for the analysis within the report take all of that into consideration. You know, because what we know we're saying is you can build because your zoning allows for it. So the question then is, how do you do it? Those reports are not intended to be a yes or no. You can or cannot build. Your ordinances are going to take care of that. It's how.
Okay.
So like, I know the city of Portland, for example, has done kind of that 2-pronged approach where like, if you're in a low hazard area, do this. If you're high hazard, you do this. We didn't do that. So we adopted, so anyone who's within a high or moderately high or deep susceptibility or shallow susceptibility landslide area, or in a rapidly moving landslide area, or within a debris flow fan.
If you're mapped.
If you're mapped,
You're gonna
basically,
get
if
a
you're mapped,
report.
you have to get a report. And basically, you have to meet these standards, and then if they're not applicable, you just say not applicable, and you would say why. So like, if you were like a less impactful development, you would be able to say like not applicable, not applicable. So it's almost like it is a multi-pronged approach, but it's like, it's just making it a streamline.
Okay.
Everything.
Everybody's got to do it.
Everyone's got to do it, yeah.
Now, the caveat to that is if it's a subdivision or a land division, like a partition that would require a geo report or a dune hazard report, those then get folded into that public review process because they're no longer standing alone. They're part of that process. But what we do later, especially because sometimes a subdivision won't be built out for 20, 30 years, there's always a condition that requires a new report for each lot. Like the geoprofessional can say it's not required, but you know, what happens when all the roads get in and there's more impervious surface and there's more drainage and there's more roofs and there's more decks and there's more gardening, right? So there's ways I feel like we have fairly implemented checks and balances to make sure as we review these hazard reports for any level of development that we diligently remain involved in those processes.
Last question, this is a quick one. Does your code cover compressible soils?
Yes, so again, anything that's mapped as a hazard area and including the dune areas, except for an older stabilized dune, depending on slope.
Yeah, if you're sloped, then you have to do it.
We did keep that.
Yeah. Yes. Right, and so when we get to the compressible soil, so to talk about that real quick, because when you read a lot of hazard reports, they talk about compressible soils. They talk about having to excavate, recompact, size of footings, et cetera. Prior to a footings inspection, we require a letter from the geoprofessional certifying that those issues have been addressed and compaction, et cetera, has been done according to their specifications when that's within the report. And the permit techs flag those accounts, so they will not schedule a footings inspection until planners give them that letter. So we will stop the process. The mechanisms are built in to stop the process at a time if we're concerned, again, with that level of engagement and that documentation is not there.
Okay, that does bring up one more follow-up question. Thank you, everyone. So it sounded like your process and your community engagement process went really well. Just hearing some of what you're saying, if I was putting myself in a homeowner's shoes thinking, I want to replace a deck that I've had for 20 years and it involves putting in some new footings, and now you're telling me I have to go hire a geoprofessional. That's going to increase the time and the cost of that project a lot. So how did you navigate that with your community engagement and get people to buy into that?
There's an exceptions section
Okay,
in both the beach and dune and the geo sections of our ordinance that exactly accounts for things like that, or smaller tree removal, minimal grading, because we understand that not every project is going to rise to the level to need that type of a report.
okay,
Yeah, so there's like a list of specific exemptions.
okay. Cool. Well, I'm really excited to read your code and
It's online. if you wanna look at it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions online? One thing, one of the questions, that's why they're here to kind of help spread that to the coast. But just so you know, the beaches and dunes, the updated beaches and dunes inventory won't be ready for at least another year, right?
Well, yeah, the maps, but I think you're mostly talking about landslides, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what our time frame is for goal 18. That was another question I'd written down though, actually. So thank you for mentioning that. It's just what's the time frame for the mapping product to be complete?
Yeah, it's probably maybe a year to get it to like publication stage, but we have talked about with Dogami that if there's a need that comes up earlier, so like if you recognize that you will need a map sooner than that, we can prioritize that and then do it as its own publication. Like Tillamook County has like its own publication for beaches and dunes, so we could do that for Clatsop County if you need it sooner, and Dogami's fine with that, so we can just build it into our timeline.
May I ask what you want to accomplish with your goal 18 work? What is the problem that you're trying to fix? Or what do you need to do better?
Well, so generally, again, we're overhauling our entire comp plan because we're not subject to periodic review, haven't been since early 2000s. So all of our plan is out of date. So really, it's just kind of review what we have, determine where we have policies that are outdated, irrelevant, or where there are gaps in policies. So we're auditing what we have and bringing it up to current times. So that's the main thing with goal 18 is it's outdated.
I think, I mean, like we're like this code update addresses changing climate conditions. So like that's one major thing, like that has to be done in the geo report. Like you have to address sea level rise, you have to address changing climate conditions. And also like they had sand mining was still allowed in their plan. So I think there are definitely reasons to like update it and address things that like, and even just for the map itself.
Wasn't that contrary to goal 18?
Yeah, it was. So it wasn't like allowable.
Yeah, we don't have any outcomes that we're looking for yet because we have been focusing on, goals 1 through 14. And then we haven't really touched 16, 17, 18 yet. We've done 19 because that was relatively easy. And so I think we're going to be putting out an RFP for 16, 17, and 18, not necessarily all three together, but so we haven't really started that process yet to think through what we want to go 18 yet.
Interesting.
Any other questions?
Sure, we
for Sarah or Nick? Well, thank you. I mean, we want that interaction, so that's great. Well, we are running a bit late, so if everybody could grab their lunches back there, and then we'll, during lunch, we'll hear a little bit from Maddie Phillips about a new rural transportation equity program that the legislature gave us during the last long session.
How are you, Jenny?
Okay, Maddie, how are you?
Good.
Everybody's kind of gradually to their seats almost. Maddie?
Hi there. Good afternoon, coastal planners. From the sounds of your chatter, you're having a great meeting so far. And I hope everyone's getting to enjoy their lunch as they get back to their seats. Well, hearing that the roar has died down, I'll go ahead and share a little bit about the Rural Transportation Equity Program and introduce myself. I'm Maddie Phillips. I am a new addition to the DLCD team, and I come off of 9 years of experience working for the city of Cresswell, Oregon, a small city just south of Eugene, which is about 5,500 people. So I have a really lovely place in my heart for small places that do outsized and wonderful things for their communities. The Rural Transportation Equity Program is a new effort by DLCD to take a look at how transportation facilities are serving some of our communities in positive ways, and also trying to identify barriers that are presented to folks that are, as we've called them traditionally, or transportation disadvantaged. Transportation disadvantaged folks are in a category that includes people that are older than 65 or older adults that are unable to drive, school-age children, households without vehicles, crowded households, and even extends into the category of limited English proficiency. And the program aims to do two things. One is to do a pretty concerted effort to engage that transportation disadvantaged population, and also seeks to help communities who listen to that engagement understand and consider strategic investment opportunities. I'll kind of unpack both of those pieces for you pretty quickly. The engagement effort is an effort to engage with folks where they are and understand what their transportation challenges are. Living and working in rural communities, this is a huge challenge to provide folks with transportation options other than driving on their own. So there are a series of opportunities that we hope to reveal in this engagement process, and also try to engage with folks that don't traditionally participate in the planning process. We also understand generally that there's a lot of demographic change happening in rural Oregon, and sometimes that change is happening as a result of the increased or decreased opportunities in bigger cities, and perhaps more accessible opportunities in smaller communities. In addition to doing engagement work and listening to folks explain what some of their challenges are, and doing some more creative work around engagement, we'd really like to match up some of those things that we identify with some strategic investment opportunities. As some of you may have heard or may be hearing more of soon, there is quite a bit of opportunity in terms of infrastructure and investment funding for transportation coming down the pipeline. And what I know, and what many of you may agree with, is that it's very challenging for small cities to apply for some of those funding opportunities. So we are, as a program, trying to identify what are some of the projects that could address the barriers that are identified to transportation options in smaller places, what are some of the catalytic projects that could really spur some new opportunities in small cities and facilitate access to some of that transportation funding by preparing some project packages. So many of your communities may have done work around transportation system planning, and you know very well that you prepare almost like a Christmas list of all of the possible projects that your community might like to do to serve the interests of your community. But it's really hard to determine which ones of those projects that are going to help people overcome certain barriers to transportation options. So this program seeks to support small communities who participate by preparing some project materials that align with emerging state and federal funding around infrastructure. Specifically, who can apply? Communities under 20,000 who are outside of MPO areas, which the North Coast communities fit right in that category. So I was happy to be able to speak with you this afternoon. The projects can be done, it's a brand new program, so there's a lot of flexibility in how we're rolling it out and trying to get a diversity of different topics and geographies and types of projects. The projects can be either direct grants to communities. So if you have, which I know is maybe a tall ask, direct grants to communities often require local procurement or some capacity on your staff, which is hard to find. Alternatively, DLCD is working to secure some support from the consulting community to do engagement and or strategic investment planning for those communities who wish to receive that service. The biggest determining factor of some of this work not only is whether or not your community has some of the demographic challenges that I described, or has a high incidence of transportation disadvantaged populations, but also is readiness. As you might be familiar, the state works on a biennial budget system, and this funding is only available until June of 2023. So this is a hot and fast program rollout, and I'm excited to be part of that momentum. However, I understand that it is fairly challenging for state and for local governments to mobilize on that timeline. So if you have interest, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. DLCD staff that's in the room right now has my contact information and also has a document called a request for assistance, which you might look at as a pre-application form. And please don't hesitate to express your interest, even if the timeline might not work, or if, there might be some unknowns or question marks that you might have. That if you have any interest or concern about some of the topics that this program touches, please don't hesitate to express that interest, because we'd like to make a pretty strong ask, or at least a justification to continue this program into the next biennium. As I mentioned, there's a request for assistance form, and my name is Madeline Phillips. So if you're able to work with the folks that are in the room from DLCD to reach me, please do. And I look forward to hearing from you all. And I'm also open for questions if you have them.
Any questions for Maddie? And Maddie, it's due, when are these?
We'd really like to hear from you soon. The RFA's been out for a couple weeks now. June 1st is our kind of ideal timeline. But like I said, if you're not able to make that timeline, but you do understand and identify this challenge and a desire to participate in the future, I'd love to hear from you.
Don't see any questions. Anybody online? Well, thank you, Maddie. We'll make sure to get that application form available to people in case they
Thank you very much, everyone. It was a pleasure meeting you virtually.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you again. So Claire is up next, I believe. Our public.
Yeah, caught up. If you want to give folks just a little bit of time to eat, that everybody did their job and we're all caught up. So
want to go tell 1 o'clock? Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
All staff.
Great. Well, thanks for coming back after a little lunch break there. Short and sweet. Again, my name is Claire Figner, and I am the Coastal Public Access Coordinator, and was recently hired to work on this project. So I'm really excited to share some of this work with you. Try. Great. So as we all probably know, Oregon beaches are open to the public because of our beach bill. And then access to the beaches is really been protected through Goal 17, Shoreline's goal. And it talks to protecting and increasing access to coastal shorelines and waters. And in that goal, it outlines having an access inventory of all those access sites. So that's been going on, that actual inventory has been going on every 10 years. And the last few times OCMP has done that inventory. And so the last time that was done was 2000 to 2001. It took a little longer because of COVID. But that was done recently. And each jurisdiction should have received the list of access sites for your jurisdiction from that last inventory. If you don't have that, or you want updates or something like that, please let me know. I'm happy to share that again. We have it in spreadsheet form, we have it in GIS form, and also photos at each site with a list of lots of information is collected at each site too. So reach out if you do need that. Happy to share those again. Something that has occurred recently with that inventory data is the state is trying to sort of standardize data so that it's more easily usable across agencies. So access data is important for local jurisdictions. It's important for multiple agencies. There's a real intersection with emergency services, tsunami evacuation, also emergency services to get onto the beach, to get people injured off, and a whole lot of intersections with various emergency services. So the inventory has been standardized. So now it is more easily shareable across all of our state agencies. So it's in that form, and hopefully, and soon, that inventory has some layers that's not shareable to the public because they're private access points, but the state keeps record of those for those emergency services. But the public-facing data of that will be on OCLA's website on their Oregon Shores Explorer mapping. So that'll be available. So from that last inventory, looking at some of the trends of access is that it's been decreasing over time and not keeping up sort of with increased population and increased visitation that a lot of areas are seeing. And some of that decrease is due to encroachment, erosion, for various reasons, privatization of those access strips, and various other reasons, but those are the primary ones. And then we also see that there has been impacts to sensitive habitats from a lot of impacts from access, and as well, not enough ADA or accessibility features provided at access points. So OCMP staff was noticing these trends and asked NOAA to help with some funding to look into these and create a community-centered coastal access policy framework to help address some of these. So the foundation of this work is really a community-centered approach. We really want to hear from coastal communities and visitors and from voices not always heard in this type of process to really inform that policy framework and outcomes of that. So some of the voices we don't typically hear that we're trying to really involve are those experiencing disabilities as well as tribal nations in this process. And we have a research fellow from OSU who's helping with some of the collecting the community input data. And that's being done primarily through a survey and some focus group listening sessions. So you should be getting in your email shortly information about taking the survey and also helping share that out. We want to hear from as many as we can. So when you get that, you'll know what this is all about. So just to go over quickly what some of the policy framework will include is, and Laurel's still online, but we're hoping to work with OPRD to look at how we can help update the beach access chapter of their ocean shore plan. We also, OCP has had funding in the past that went to local jurisdictions to help with different public access enhancements primarily. And we're hoping that funding will come back in the future, or maybe there'll be other funding too. So one of the things we want to look at is with the community input and evaluating the inventory data is to come up with selection criteria to highlight the highest need throughout the coast for additional funding that would come to a lot of you, hopefully. Then we are thinking about rulemaking and thinking about what types of sort of conceptual rule changes may help codify some of this public access guidance into state law. And then working with 2 local jurisdictions, working with Clatsop County and Yale, with her, and the city of Bandon as well to update parts of comp plans that deal with public access and code as well. And then the last component would be taking any of the work from this and updating the OCMP program to make sure that those are become enforceable policies. So that's a very quick snapshot there of this project. Happy to take questions and also feel free to reach out later. So, you have questions?
Are there places where people at the local level really feel like there's, you know, a lot of inadequate access? I'm from Lincoln County, and God, you can't swing a cat without having a public beach access. And so if the issues come up, it's like, all right, something's been eroded, there needs to be an stair. It's that kind of thing, not like we need more. We're not getting people clamoring, we need more beach access, because I think the bottom line is for us, there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Yes. And there's definitely more on the North Coast, central North Coast. I've only been here for a couple months, and just since I've been here, there's multiple calls about encroachment, public access places. You know, there's a lot of codes and things. If it all gets developed with housing, that may limit outside, you know, the public from accessing that. So I think it's more thinking about losing some of the road end access points or easements, the ones that are less noticeable, less very public facing, that we've seen being lost, or ones that have already been encroached and jurisdictions have, you know, released those.
Or they're informal places people use.
Yeah.
And then development happens and suddenly.
Yeah.
Why are you on my property?
Yeah.
And then you have to play the implied easement.
Yeah.
Game, trying to litigate that if you're concerned about that.
And, part of it is we do collect on, the inventory has information about private road ends, private access strips, primarily for the emergency services component. And that's not necessarily publicly shared, but it's important to have that information as well.
We don't have it in our code, but we had asked frequently, can we get a variance? Because I want to, people on the ocean front or want a bigger house. Can't be big enough. And by God, if I get rid of that pesky little public access way next to me, then I can gain a few more feet. So so we just tell people flat out, don't even think about coming to our county commission and asking for a vacation of a public right of way. Just don't go there. And, it's not in our code anywhere. I mean, it's an informal, you got a snowball's chance in hell. And then the next question is, can you give me variances? And it's like, no on that, because they want some mansion they're basically building. But at least if they're asking for a variance, they're not asking to make a right of way, which potentially would be public access.
Yeah. Great. Good, all right, well, thanks.
Thank you. Who's next? Let's see, Felicia. An update on the coastal hazards ready library and mapper.
Speaking about hazards.
The reason behind the creation of the Oregon Coastal Hazards Ready Library and Mapper is because along the shore, there are several mitigation adaptation projects related to coastal hazards. But sometimes it's pretty difficult to share information, strategies, and lesson learned between the different stakeholders who've been involved in those projects. So that's why the mapper was basically created during my fellowship. And briefly, so who I am. So Felicia Meta-Schultz, I'm the Oregon Sea Grant Resilience Fellow. You will notice I have an accent. It's because I'm originally from France. So that's why. So bear with me. And I've been a Sea Grant Fellow since January 2021. So I'm in my second year as a fellow there. And what do? I work with Oregon Sea Grant and partners to basically increase coastal resilience of coastal communities for the whole coast. And the idea behind the mapper, actually, so before being a Sea Grant Fellow, I was a Washington Sea Grant Fellow. So I've been traveling on the Pacific Northwest. So Washington has been doing this coastal hazards risk reduction project mapper. So the idea came kind of from there. And also, I had partnership with DRCD and people at OSU, thought would be a good project to work on. And so this mapper was created in 2018. It's a partnership between Ecology and Washington Sea Grant. And, it's going to present case studies of different projects for all the different hazards, such as erosion, flooding, landslides, sea level rise, and tsunami. And it's a great resource. So I'm actually suggesting you to check it out, and also to check their website. The Washington Coastal Hazards Resilience Network website is also a good resource. But now to the mapper that I worked on. So I know the word is kind of a mouthful, so you can just call it Offer Mapper, that's for short. Here's the link to have access to it.
And basically, you can see it looks a little different from the mapper from Washington because I used an ArcGIS online story map app. They're pretty fun to work with and pretty interactive and nice to navigate. And also today I will show you only screenshots because I didn't want to take the risk of navigating the website. And so this kind of, it has a website look and feel, and you can see it has different little like square. The first one is the map of all the coastal hazard case studies. So when it's color coded, it's like what I have so far all along the coast. And after it's case studies for beach hazards such as coastal erosion, tsunami, flooding, sea level rise, landslides, and coastal hazards photo gallery, and also some background on erosion control. Basically, there was a report that an Oregon Sea Grant fellow with DFCD put together about erosion control measures. And it's basically, I made a story map of this report, so you can navigate that too. And the audience basically, individuals, tribal, state, and local, governments, basically anyone interested in learning more about hazards and what is being done on the coast. So far, I have 39 case studies, and after I will show you for each hazard, it's basically going to be some information about the hazard, resources like where to go to find more information about those among all the different state agencies and also NGOs, and after the case study itself. So that first, if you go to the first little square of the, if you explore the case studies by geographic location, you will see the whole, bunch of different dots of different colors along the coast. So purple for tsunami, blue for flooding, sea level rise, orange for coastal erosion, and yellow for landslides. And basically, if you go to each little, dot, you will find information about the name of the project, the hazard address, which county or city, and you can directly click there. It will bring you to the page of the hazard. And to give you an idea of the case studies, like how they are organized, they basically all have the same format. It's going to start for each case study with the project name, location, hazard address, short form, adaptation strategy, adaptation action, lessons learned, project team and partners, data tools used, permits, grants, budget, timeframe, contact, and project downloads. So I know it's a lot, but every time it's basically really a summary for each of those. And there is always more information where you can click on the report associated with the case study. And that also is the page on the mapper, like if you go to add a case study, basically before that on how to proceed, it explains where to submit your case study, or you can just email me. And after, for example, if you click on, let's say, flooding and sea level rise, each page is going to be divided into 3 main parts, like introduction, resources, and the case studies. So at first, there is a really short introduction about what this hazard is about. And after, there is a page about resources, and after you go down, you will have all the case studies. So far, this list is not exhaustive. So if you have any case study in mind that you would like to share on the mapper, really contact me. You don't have to even draft the case study. You can just send me reports or information, and I will draft it myself, send it back to you to double check everything is fine, and then put it online. And for this example, if we just click on one, like this one is the Salmon Super Harbor project. So for each case study, like I mentioned earlier, you have all those different points about the case study. For each case study, I can add either a little video or photos, whatever I find online, and it shows you where it is, on the map. And here's another one. It's the White Range Floodplain Connectivity and Riparian Restoration Initiative in Lane County. So same thing, it's going to be the same format, some photos, where it is on the map. And I'm going to show you just quickly another hazard. So in this case, it's landslide. This time I'm just showing you what it looks like for resources. So for example, I've been sharing resources from Dogami about preparing for landslide hazards, or access to, I don't know, landslide information database for Oregon. And even information from USGS and so forth. And if you have also any suggestion of other resources that could be added there,
Yeah, just let me know. And in this case, I don't have as many cases for the coast yet. And I would thank Derek Tokos who actually helped me with this one. It's like the landslide acquisition project in Newport. And another example of project case studies like the coastal landslide and Gulf retreat monitoring for climate change adaptation and targeted risk assessment. And that has been, I think, a project. Also, the allocation is different sites, like Silver Point, Archgate, Dewey Beach, and so forth. And it's some work also with, I think, people at OSU and ODOT. And here, briefly, the coastal hazard photo gallery, the idea behind that is like all along the coast, you have an idea of what are some of the effects from those different hazards along the coast. So it's nice to have some photos there. So mostly photos that me and another fellow took, but also I have a link there for websites with more photos. Definitely there are other great resources such as Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition, that has the Coast Watch project. And I have a lot of photos, also the Oregon King Tide projects, a lot of photos as well. So I definitely share the resources. If you have also resources in mind, others, yeah, feel free to share them. And after having this mapper, the idea was, okay, we have this information, on this website, but what if people want to talk with each other and share information? So we started to create also both a listserv and a newsletter. So there's a newsletter, and instead of doing one just for Oregon, because a lot of similar information between Oregon and Washington could be shared. And I met people who were like, oh, this webinar happening in Washington is actually really interesting. So I've been sharing information. So for this newsletter, it's between Oregon Sea Grant, Cascadia Coast Hub, and the Washington Department of Ecology. So it's like a monthly newsletter that we share. You can find information about webinars, trainings, conferences, make some announcements. For example, the survey that Claire talked to you about, going to make a little announcement about that. So anything you would like to share there too, it's possible. And it's basically distributed through the Ochre Mapper listserv. So just send me an email so you can subscribe. You can subscribe through the listserv. But this listserv basically, so far, I've been using it mostly to share information, share the newsletter. But after people who are subscribing to this listserv, can also ask a question. So far I have, I think, a little over 100 people on the listserv, and you can say, hey, I'm working on this project, and anyone has information on how to deal with that. So I'd like to make it also kind of a forum. We'll see how it goes, where it goes. It's still pretty new. And what's next? So the mapper, I feel like it can be whatever people's need is, whatever you guys want it to be in a way. So what I was thinking, what maybe if people are interested, is to add case studies related to wildfire management, for example, on the coast. I know there've been, for example, some GORS work to manage GORS, for example, in some ways, go in there. Sea level rise guidance, I know the city is working, also on that, could be added there. Why not about dune management case studies? And also maybe some resilience resources for the public, but it's more like digestible than that can be little intimidating when they go to this website, that can be a little technical with case studies. So maybe something like that. And also we don't want to reinvent the wheel, so it's definitely using resources from other state agencies like TOGAMI or OEM, what they've been put together. And why not also with case? I don't know. That's what I have that prepare with Pedro. And also, what I want to ask you today, and it doesn't have to be today, but after you can reach out to me by email, is like when you have a chance to navigate the mapper, take a look at it. So if you can, share what you think of it. Would you like to add? Would you like to change? If you have any case study you would like to share with me, and you can just email me, or there is also a Google form on the Ochre Mapper that you can have access to give some feedback. And and again, my contact info and the link to the Ochre Mapper.
Any questions for Felicia? Well, I thought, Felicia, did you you have a new secret director, right? Did you want to mention who that is and when she starts or started? I'm not sure.
I think she's starting June soon, in a couple of weeks. And I feel terrible right now, blanking on her name. I feel pretty bad. Do you know by chance? Do you remember?
I think her first name is Karina.
Yeah, Karina Nielsen, I think. Yeah, I think Karina Nielsen. Yeah, and she comes from California. But she has some ties also with Oregon, so she knows the area. And I think she was even at OSU.
Yeah,
she's at OSU. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
And also, folks in the North Coast especially probably know, what's the name of the gentleman who used to be out of Astoria?
Pat Corcoran.
Yes, Pat, how could I forget? But are they, is Secret going to be filling that position soon?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been an interview process and that position should be filled pretty soon.
Yeah. Any other questions for Felicia? Thank you so much for joining us. And I think we're actually back on schedule. So Amanda, she's going to be sharing with us about some new Goal 5 rulemaking.
Well, I'm Amanda Clinton, and as I said earlier, our statewide responsibility for natural resources, but also our Goal 5, which includes more than just natural resources. One category of our Goal 5 resources is cultural areas. And so that's what I'm going to be speaking about. A rulemaking we are hoping to have initiated either this summer or this fall. And yeah, so let's see, do I have the clicker or are you gonna? And that one thing, there we go. All right, so cultural areas is one of 14 categories of Goal 5 resources, just to kind of zero you into what we're talking about here, but I also want to point out that what is important culturally to us can extend over other Goal 5 resource categories. And in particular for our tribal nations in Oregon, we've heard that from them that other resource categories really fit with them in what is culturally significant for the tribes. But our rulemaking that we anticipate is for cultural areas. So just like the land use program, there's a history to Goal 5 and Goal 5 implementation. We had a rule for several years, our Division 16, that was very general to Goal 5 resource categories, established what we call the Goal 5 process to inventory and evaluate sites, determine significant sites, and then go through a process to determine how those significant sites will be protected. In 1996, actually starting in 1995, there was an effort to rewrite rules for Goal 5 implementations because the previous set of rules was so generic. And so in the set of rules we have now, which are under OAR Chapter 660, Division 23, we have rules that also outline what we call the Goal 5 process, some other relationships to other goals, and then a specific rule for each Goal 5 category except cultural areas. So my understanding of why that is so is twofold. One, I actually saw in writing from a work group that was assigned to make decisions about how the agency would enter this rule writing in 1996, was that tribes wanted to wait until government to government relationships were better established. This was right around that time that there was an executive order, governor's executive order, that directed state agencies to develop relationships with tribes, government to government relationships with tribes, which was later reflected into our statute. So now that directed in the statute, but back then it was an executive order people said, well, why don't we wait till that is better established, and then we'll come and work on this rule for cultural areas. And then another thing that I know more from conversations I had with my predecessor is that there was great concern that the rule writing in 1996 was really focused on establishing how inventories would be established, or how existing inventories would be used to implement Goal 5 for these different resource categories. And as hopefully we all know, the sensitivity around information related to cultural sites, particularly archaeological sites, and then other sites that are important to tribes, is not information that should be shared openly, right? It should be shared as need to know basis for particular issues. And so there was concern over the emphasis on inventories and how that would manifest for a rule that was written back then for cultural areas. So now we're at the point where our commission is very interested in having this rule written. They made that decision based on input from several of the tribal nations in Oregon. And so this list here is what the rule could do, right? So it's still really early in the stages here, but one of the parts that we think we can get to is so improving communication, understanding, and awareness between tribes and local governments about what is important to that tribal history and cultural history. And then also local permitting process could support implementation of existing state laws that protect archaeological sites. Right now, we still have a lot of problems with grading activities that could disturb an archaeological site. Maybe somebody's completely unaware of that. Maybe they're negligent because they didn't check with our State Historic Preservation Office that has some inventories. And so we're thinking that we could have a rule that maybe outline how information that exists both at our State Historic Preservation Office and with our tribes, how that information could be used to inform when additional precautions are needed before grading activity occurs, so we have less incidents of disturbing these important archaeological sites. So I think in that I kind of got all the way down through the first 4 boxes, and then I want to say the last box here is kind of the possibility that the rule could actually recognize sites that are not currently protected by existing state law. So like landscape areas, view sites, gathering sites like human gathering sites and berry gathering sites that have been used continually for thousands of years by the tribes, and whether the idea is that could this rule maybe identify when some of those sites need to be considered in the development process. So I just want to emphasize that our rule can really only speak to the development process, development that is requires a permit, local development permits. So there's a lot of other ground disturbing activities that are more that can be a problem for culturally significant areas that our rule won't be able to address. And then a lot of the problems that we are aware of now with less than perfect enforcement of laws, a lot of it's kind of across the board. Like we get laws and rules, and then the next level is whether we can enforce those well. That's just kind of across the board in natural resource protection and certainly cultural resource protection. So our rule wouldn't come with couldn't affect funding for those gaps in how cultural resources are protected. And I'll also say that because this rule would be initiated by our commission, without direction from the legislature, we wouldn't have additional funds to do the rule writing process. We would have to be doing that within our own existing resources, at least at this point. So hopefully all of you saw that several weeks ago, I sent out a survey through, so you guys would have received it through Lisa, asking for information about what existing comp plan elements you had that spoke to cultural resources or cultural areas, and maybe, you know, through your plan or code, or maybe other ways you have of having triggers to engage with tribes on development issues that would be of concern to the tribes, or whether your permitting process helps facilitate coordination with SHPO or tribes. In that survey, not necessarily from you guys here, because I haven't really looked at it super closely, but I have learned that there are several communities that do have information in their permits that say, you know, here are the rules, what you have to do if you inadvertently disturb an archaeological site. And so that was, the survey was around those issues, and we will be trying to get through our analysis of that survey and kind of writing a report hopefully in the next couple of weeks. And I would say that if you did not respond to the survey, you've got some information that you think would be helpful for preparing for this rule writing, please contact me directly and let me know what information you have or other thoughts you have that you think would be relevant for this effort. So coming up next, like I mentioned, we're going to be working on reviewing the survey results. We already are doing research on existing local processes that could be used as models for what a rule might require. Continuing to seek input from tribes on the pre-rule writing, and that will continue through the entire rule writing process. And we want to explore interest in other cultural groups, because at this point, there's not a lot of awareness of what we're about to do. And the question is, do our current systems we have in place for recognizing, identifying important historic resource sites, which can include cultural sites, right? Are those sufficient for other cultural groups that are seeking to protect the remnants of history that wasn't well recorded in written history because marginalized groups didn't get to write history, right? So what we have left are archaeological sites, structures, paths, or whatever that reflect their presence and activity. And wondering if other cultural groups have concern about current practices that could maybe be strengthened through a rule writing process. I mentioned that we don't have additional funding for staffing this rule writing right now, so we internally still have not really outlined what the different pieces of this rule writing we know what it might include, so certainly a rules advisory committee, probably a technical advisory committee, because this intersection between SHPO inventories, tribal inventories, how that information is accessed, when it's accessed, that's probably going to help be developed with some very knowledgeable technical practitioners to inform the rule advisory committee. And then also we hopefully have a work group that is specific to tribal involvement, but all of that will depend on whether we can scrape together sufficient staff resources to make all that happen. So, and I mentioned the initiation of rulemaking. We had been thinking we were going to go to LCDC this summer at their July meeting, but we had a delay of it in the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, and so that's going to be bumped out to our next LCDC meeting. So initiation for this goal 5 cultural area rulemaking might then have to be bumped out to the September LCD meeting. All this still not really known right now. That's what I got. So any questions? Oh, no.
So you pass the rule, and months from now, there'll be a rule. And trying to figure out how to, then what do we do? I mean, there would need to be able to, and as a practical matter, right, we're always supposed to enforce the rules even above our code. But if we don't have inventories, if we don't have this information, it then would require finding resources, creating inventories locally to be able to do this then, right?
Possibly. So, and I want to, just recognizing time, but I can answer your question here that we have experience now with writing Goal 5 rules don't necessarily require direct action on the local government except for applying the rule directly. So it's possible that we could write a rule like that that leverages the information that already exists, both at our State Historic Preservation Office and the information that tribal nations have. So that is definitely something of concern, and even though I've just read quickly through all the survey results, there's certainly people, a lot of be careful, you know, we don't have time, particularly all the housing stuff that y'all are having to work on right now, you know, don't overload us. And so we have experience a long time ago with our aggregate rule, we have experience with our sage grouse rule for how to write a rule that doesn't then require comp plan updates or code amendments by local jurisdictions. But if we went in that last piece that I talked about, the possibilities of adding something in addition to the current, in addition to supporting better implementation of our current statutes for protecting archaeological sites, that is a big question. How would those other sites, those landscape-like areas be identified and what would happen with them? That would be kind of a more bringing that up from scratch rather than using a system that's in place and just kind of plugging into that.
Just my only caveats are that every tribe is wildly different in terms of what they want to do, how they view other local governments. And it's one thing to pass an executive order saying, make nice with the tribes, but you know, our experience in Lincoln County and that it was our commissioners have basically set out 10, 15, 20 years ago to establish a close relationship with the Siletz tribe. And they did that by going to dinner with them and just listening and slowly developing a relationship. And then when we ended up with a sacred site on the Siletz River through a foreclosure, we gave it to the tribe. And that's how you do it. Is stuff like that, is that because they typically, you know, in their world, they're sovereign nations. I mean, it's hard enough to get them to talk. In
our world too.
And well, and under the United States Constitution. And in their heads, you know, it's almost you know, they don't necessarily like talking to state governments and local governments. So because they correctly see themselves as sovereign nations, and so they prefer to talk to the feds. But I mean, these are all the things we all got to think about and be understanding, but I think it's really a human equation of finding a way to become friendly and establish those ties. And I think that's one of the reasons when I asked the question at an AOC meeting with the county planning directors about what they did in Coos County, like why was that such a successful thing? And Joe Wolf said, well, it was because of, you know, Don Ivy. And it was like, that's all I had to hear. You know, Don Ivy was a tribal elder and a cultural specialist, a tremendous individual who was out and engaged in the community that everyone liked and trusted. And yeah.
Yeah.
It was Don Ivy.
No, I hear you. I think that certainly DLCD not only hears that, but also a lot of input from the tribes, a lot of input from our director's office, from the governor's office. So yes, I think that making sure that this rule writing exercise incorporates the various recommendations and concerns from the tribes is going to be maybe even more of a puzzle than other rule writing, which is always challenging, right? So we've got that level of challenge, so.
And just as an FYI, it's been so great for Lincoln County to have this relationship with the Siletz tribe. It just pays dividends constantly on all sorts of things. That, you know, we're working right now, we're very close to working with the tribe and the Mackenzie River Trust to purchase the south side of Cape Foul River, which is open for development. It's one of the iconic features of the Oregon coast. And that has a lot to do with us working closely with the tribe, and we've got several other major public acquisitions going, and the fact that we got the tribe involved provides that sizzle on the steak for all these funders. They want to start investing in, because the tribe is involved and because of this relationship between Lincoln County and them. That's like when the funders see that, they're just as eager to invest in that relationship as they are in, say, preserving a property, for instance. So I think it's great. And I think all of us should, whatever we can do, you know, I mean, not everybody's got a Don Ivy that's going to basically, you know, spearhead all this for us, but it's our commissioners and it's our mayors and this and that really need to have that in their hearts to want to make that happen.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, Amanda. Well, given all this discussion about cultural resources, we thought it was very timely to bring our partners at SHPO here to talk with us. So we have John Polly online, hopefully, to share with us about the state.
Yeah, hello, everybody. I'm here. That was a great discussion there at the end. I really appreciated that. Yeah, my name's John Polly. I'm the state archaeologist at the SHPO. Prior to, I've been here for over 11 years now, and prior to that, I worked for 8 years for a tribe in Washington. So I really appreciate that last discussion, because that is exactly how it's done, is develop the relationships, you know, partnerships and all that. And you kind of understand a lot more about where people are coming from and what struggles they have, what struggles a city or county may have with implementing certain things that they're tasked with and all of that. And it just, you know, then folks can sit down at the table and try and come up with solutions and all that. So I really thought that was great. I'm going to try and share my screen here. And if somebody could vocalize to me if they can see this presentation up.
We can see it.
Okay, great. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about best practices for avoiding and addressing inadvertent discovery of archaeological sites. One of the interesting things, based on some of the questions I got a couple days ago giving this talk and listening to some of the discussion, that I think is kind of worth mentioning, is our state laws are, you know, were enacted, some of them over 40 years ago. And they're kind of meant to model the federal laws, National Historic Preservation Act. But one of the interesting differences between the two is that on the federal side, there's funding provided for federal agencies to have archaeologists on staff and to walk through these processes. And in state laws, there really isn't. And so, you know, who's responsible and when is often questions that folks ask. A lot of times the costs are passed on to project developers and things like that. But that's not always the case. And so one of the things that I know is always difficult is being able to fund new positions and bring in people. We have the same problem here at SHPO. We're pretty much stuck with what we have now. But I do know that in some instances, like the city of Salem, they've recently hired an archaeologist on staff themselves. They have a lot of projects that have the potential to have inadvertent discoveries or to actually affect archaeological sites. And so it made sense for them to do that. for that reason. And I know that not everybody can do that, but I just wanted to point out that it does happen in certain places, and there's been quite a bit of success with that. With that being said, I'm going to jump into my discussion, and I thought I'd start off with, there really are two questions that most archaeologists, I feel, are asked by non-archaeologists. One is always, what's the coolest thing you've ever found? I get that a lot. But also, how do you know where to look? And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail with that, but I would just say that there are a lot of ways that we can identify, before we even set boots on the ground, the likelihood that there's going to be something there. And then, of course, because of the nature of archaeological sites, even when you're there may not be a surface manifestation suggesting that people were ever there. You could talk to tribes and they would definitely tell you, oh yeah, that's a place where, we did this or we did that. You can get information like that, but whether or not there's any physical manifestation of those events or other events, it's not always clear. And so there are different levels of ways that archaeologists try to assess that. One of them is to kind of, dig like what we call test holes or shovel probes, things like that, which is just a way to peek under the surface to kind of see what lies beneath, basically. But of course, these are all tied with statutes. And the first statute that I wanted to mention is ORS 358-920. And this is the statute that says that a person may not excavate, injure, destroy, or alter an archaeological site, or to remove any type of archaeological object on public or private land in the state of Oregon, unless it's authorized by a permit issued under 390235. And I mentioned this a couple days ago in my talk, but some of the confusion about this statute is that project developers sometimes just think that they need a permit so that they can damage an archaeological site. But the permit is not for project developers. The permit is for archaeologists to do archaeological work. And then that kind of is the vehicle for sort of clearing a project. One of our other statutes, I'm gonna hold off here for a second. One of the things that that I wanted to mention is just kind of how I give these talks, is that I think it's boring to just go through statutes sometimes. So I'm also going to kind of try and touch on a little bit about what archaeologists do, why that's kind of important, what the statutes are, which I'm doing now, but also why we have statutes. So I did want to give that information at the beginning. So I apologize for forgetting that. But this is an important statute here. This one is specific to items that are very, very important to tribes. Cairns, which is basically a burial cairn, a burial itself, any human remains, funerary objects, sacred objects, and objects of cultural patrimony. These are all protected under this statute. So it's a little bit different than archaeological objects and sites and things like that. But this one also can involve archaeological permits, or the need for a permit. The image I have here to kind of give that kind of relates somewhat to the great antiquity of people in North America and in the state of Oregon, is the current oldest archaeological site in North America. Some of you may have seen this on the news in the last few months, but in New Mexico at White Sands National Park. They've known about these footprints for several years, but they've just found the ability to radiocarbon date them. The way they do that is radiocarbon dating has to involve carbon-based item. I often use charcoal. I've used shell before, but a lot of these footprints, folks were walking along a shoreline when they were put down, and they were walking on grass, and some of those grass seeds are embedded in these footprints, and so that's what they were able to radiocarbon date. They can't just radiocarbon date the footprints themselves, but because they were squished by the foot by association. That's often how we get our dates. And these date to over 23,000 years ago. So when I was in graduate school 25 years ago, the earliest people were the Clovis people around 12,000 years ago, and they walked across the land bridge during the last ice age into the Americas. You know, science is one of those things where it's based on available data, and we're trying to ask educated questions to develop hypotheses. And as we start getting other information, oftentimes things that we think we know, we find out we don't know. Now the current thought is related to coastal planners, is that there was a coastal migration route and that people actually had boats over 20,000 years ago, probably much earlier. And so at the time, the coast would have been a lot further out than it is now, but this is where current research is related to this. Why I have these images up with the statute about human remains and all that is to just get folks to think about how many people have lived here over the last 23 or more thousand years ago. It's quite a bit. And so human remains of any age are always likely. Typically, we don't even bother with determining age. If they're Native American, they go to the tribe, and the tribe may want to just rebury them. Sometimes they are okay with a little bit of analysis in terms of, you know, whether it's male, female, the age, things like that. But that's going to be up to the tribe. I'm going to move along here. This is the permit statute. So this is the one that, again, it kind of ties back into the first statute I mentioned. But in this statute, it also talks about who can apply for a permit and what qualifications they need to have. And that's one of the things we do at SHPO is we review qualifications for archaeologists to, so that they can apply for permits. And we're actually currently revising our rule for this statute right now. We're about halfway through the public comment period on it. The image I have here to the right, all these images are from projects that I've worked on, but I just kind of want to give an idea here. You know, so this was an excavation I did. I had to get a permit for it. And this is some of the stuff that archaeologists are interested in. We have to do a lot of research before we even begin to excavate. And then we have to do a lot of analysis and write-up after the excavation. So this is the excavation part. And, you know, this excavation here, you know, there were several hundred artifacts that came out of this hole. But I'm only highlighting a few of the things to kind of show how we can look backwards in time through the depth of the hole. We've got 1980 Mount St. Helens ash at the top. So we know anything above that is after 1980 and everything below that is before 1980. And then throughout the excavation, we're finding items that we can radiocarbon date. Sometimes people will ask us, how do you know how old arrowheads are of certain styles? It's because they've been in association with something that we can radiocarbon date. And if you keep doing that hundreds or thousands of times, you develop a pretty good age range for those types of items. So certain items were used, and then because they're, you know, people have the ability to be innovative and come up with better technologies come into this archaeological record, and then they fade out at certain points. And that arrowhead there at the bottom, we call them projectile points. That style dates to within, you know, from 2,000 years ago to about 200 years ago. You can see that it's found sandwiched kind of between two radiocarbon dates. One's 1,500, one's 2,700 years old. So that's also letting us know a little bit about the rates of deposition at this place. It's not getting a lot of sediment built up quick. Of course, we also have to consider if a flood has ever come through, washed sediment away, and then redeposited some later. So there's all kinds of things that we do to kind of assess that. But I just wanted to give a little bit of background on it. Also, the obsidian is important because we can source it, and so that kind of gives us an idea of how far and wide it's traded. This is an excavation here, and the reason why I'm showing this picture is just again to show that there is absolutely no indication of an archaeological site here. There's just grass, there's no artifacts. Now, I knew this was a good place for a number of reasons, but it's also important to know that just because there's asphalt or a sidewalk or something over an area, that doesn't mean that there's not an archaeological site below it. And just because there's a utility line that was trenched back in the 60s before the law existed, and somebody's going to dig that exact footprint of the trench back out to put in a new utility line or whatever, that doesn't mean that it didn't go through an archaeological site the first time and it's worth looking at. That doesn't mean that there may not be human remains or something like that in there from the first time. So when assessing whether or not an archaeologist is needed, the idea of the area has been disturbed or something like that does not always hold up. In fact, it rarely does. So I just wanted to kind of get that out there because a lot of folks make that call themselves and they're really not thinking about it in the proper way. But here again, I'll show you. So nothing on the surface, and then we do the excavation and we've got similar types of temporal markers. We've got a 200 and change-year-old trade bead, and we get down further, we're getting radiocarbon dates almost to 3,000 years ago. And right below that, we have a projectile point that is generally dates to over 3,000 years ago. So this plus all the other information we are getting from this unit give us a lot of information about how this place was used through time, what activities were going on at this place, but it also can have broader implications because it'll likely connect to archaeological sites in the area. And so it's adding to our context of what we know about the place. And this is just one little piece of information from that, because the tribes have a wealth of information. They have long histories, oral traditions that are passed down that are, sometimes it's amazing how far that they go back. And so all of that combined can help us with learning about places and how they were used in the past. This, of course, is why we have laws to some extent. It's because there are folks that want all this stuff for themselves. And part of the reason why I was showing you guys some of the information that I can get from an excavation and from working with tribes is that this what we have here has zero information potential. If you put those arrowheads in a frame, yeah, I could probably give you an idea of how old they are. And maybe we could send the, since I can see they're made out of obsidian, maybe I could get them sourced so we could find out where the obsidian quarry was at, where the material came from. But that's about it. And so we don't know anything about the place where these items were from or any at all. And that's kind of the hard part, because this is, to me, this is, kind of stealing history from all of us. And it is a problem in Oregon. It was a problem in the early 80s when these statutes were created, largely to try and address that, but it still happens. As recent as just a few years ago, and I know I have cases from this year, but this is another large case where folks are just basically, they are vacuum cleaners at archaeological sites, and they take everything and then they bring it home to themselves. I always hear the excuse, well, if we didn't get it, nobody else is going to know it's there or whatever. That is absolutely not the point. Archaeologists are not, bent on excavating every site in the state and collecting every artifact from the state to learn from it. We're very, very selective of when and why and how we do that. And we have learned our lesson over the decades of how important it is to work with tribes. Unfortunately, when that hasn't happened in the past, it's kind of set the discipline back a little bit. But we've learned from it. And I'll just say, you know, for me, when I worked for a tribe, those 8 years, I learned more working there than I have anywhere else. So it really goes well. Being an archaeologist and working for a tribe goes together well. We also have problems where folks are damaging sites, sometimes knowingly, sometimes unknowingly. This is one that maybe folks have heard of or not, but you know, I'm not going to say where it's at, but this was just a local landowner who wanted to help out his community. They were to be building a go-kart track here. And so he went out with his own heavy equipment and helped them out to start clearing the area, not realizing that it was within an archaeological site and that the community was trying to go through the right process. So this happens, and it's really unfortunate, but we still try to work with folks when this does happen. And I know that tribes were heavily involved with this one, as they were with this one here. This is just a simple one where we had a way to avoid an archaeological site. This was, I think they were putting in some power here, a power line, and it was going to be an overhead line. But when the construction crew went out there, they didn't know why it was going to be an overhead line. And so they were like, why don't we just dig a trench and lay it through there? Well, the site was damaged. So that was just a miscommunication. So these things happen. We're always trying to work with folks to try and come up with ways to make sure that it doesn't happen. So we're all continuously learning. With all that said, avoiding an inadvertent discovery requires what I refer to as a good faith effort. I'm borrowing language from the federal process, but so part of that would be, you know, for a project proponent to hire an archaeologist. Because of all the looting and stuff that goes on in the state, very few people have access to our information. And they have to, they're kind of vetted to be able to have that access. And if they abuse that access, they lose it. Doesn't happen that often. Like I said, I've been here 11 years. I think once in the 11 years have we ever revoked somebody's access. But they have access, so they can look at an area and identify if there's an archaeological site at the location or not. I should also mention that less than 20% of the entire state of Oregon has been surveyed for archaeological sites. So just because a place doesn't have an archaeological site doesn't mean that anybody looked. And then the other thing is that archaeologists don't catch everything anyway. And so if an archaeologist has done a survey, and nothing was found, that still doesn't really mean that something may not exist there. It just means they didn't find it. So there's a lot of factors that can be involved in that, such as the ground cover, ground visibility at the time they did the survey, whether or not they did any subsurf probes, all kinds of things like that. An archaeologist can either assess probability. So there are a number of factors that can help to a degree with assessing the likelihood of there being an archaeological site. Some of that may also just come, you know, information come from tribes and all of that, but there are also just some ways of thinking about what we know about the area and how people were using the land in that area. And that can also make us think that, boy, there's, you know, this sure looks like a place where there might be something. So, and yeah, and then the archaeologist would probably have to do a survey. So it's important to kind of get to this as early as possible for project. Whenever I'm working with somebody who's got a project, it's, you know, we want to know as soon as possible, or we want them to contact an archaeologist as soon as possible to get this working. It's never going to work if somebody calls me and says, yeah, we're supposed to, and I hate to say this, that I'm not being facetious, I get this all the time, but, you know, we're supposed to start digging a trench on Friday, and I'm just finding out that I might need to get an archaeologist to come out here and clear the area for me. It doesn't work that way. It takes a while for the archaeologists to, get the information they need to help. So, and I'll kind of touch on that here in just a second, a little bit. Yeah, their survey may require some probing as well. So, okay, inadvertent discovery plans, right? So what is an inadvertent discovery plan? Well, the first thing is that it's not a starting point. It never is. It's never, all we have to do is have an inadvertent discovery plan and we can do our project. And then if we hit something, we'll just follow the plan. So in that scenario, you're really just following a plan after you've just damaged something. You're following a plan after you've violated statute, and that's not appropriate. Now that can still happen because we don't always know what's there. And even after the best archaeologist goes out and tries to clear an area, when the project starts, they can still hit something. And that's what ties into the good faith effort part. We're not going to say it's a violation of statute if there's been an effort to look. And that is exactly when the inadvertent discovery plan comes in. So appropriate after a good faith effort. I already said that, so sometimes I jump ahead, sorry. Also, this is kind of just being frank, but I've had people ask me this question before. If somebody's working on a project and they damage an archaeological site and there's no archaeologists around, how would we ever know at SHPO? And all I do is I tell them how many calls we get from crew members, who are, I guess, effectively whistleblowers every year. It happens all the time. And sometimes unfortunately, sometimes it's not even true. Sometimes people will falsely call us because there's a transmission line being built blocking their view from their back porch. And so they'll call us and say that they need to move that transmission line because there's all kinds of ancient Indian burials back there and we all know it. And, that doesn't serve a very good purpose. We'll still send somebody out to look or whatever, but or make that recommendation. But anyway, it just is always better to be on the up and up. Good faith effort. So an inadvertent discovery plan will identify all the appropriate contacts when something is found. So it's going to tell you about, the tribes, the SHPO, the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, and if it's one of those items in the human remains part of the statute, then we would be contacting the state police, because sometimes when human remains are found, it could be a crime scene, could be a recent crime scene. And so the whole idea is you just stop and you protect it and move away, and the police will come out. And if it's not a recent crime scene, then it goes back over to tribes or the archaeologists. So, and that is also kind of spelled out in that process for protecting the find. And this will involve the use of a professional archaeologist again. So for avoidance, which is also part of my title, by hiring a professional archaeologist, they're going to be able to look and see if there's a known site in an area. They can also assess probability, and then they can conduct a survey to look for sites. If a site is already known in an area or has been identified, the very next question for the project is, can that be avoided? And if it can, then that's the easiest path forward. If not, there may need to be additional archaeological work that's necessary as mitigation. And I was talking before about some of the timing related to this, and why it's important to think about this stuff early is that just the archaeological permit process of issuing a permit went from the time an application is received at our office to the time it's issued can be up to 34 days. And that's not including the time they need to do the work in the field. So it takes time. They're also required, the archaeologist is required to send us a report of their investigations. And so they have to have time to write that up, and then they submit it for review. So it can take a while. I was just on the phone a couple of hours ago with a landowner that was a bit frustrated because they didn't know how long a lot of this was going to take. And unfortunately, it sounds like the archaeologists may not have been fully upfront with them, but we want people to know that it's not just, oh, you need a permit in 3 days to clear your project. It's not at all like that. Okay, so I kind of touched on that. I'm almost finished here. Addressing inadvertent discoveries. So after all that avoidance stuff, looking for sites, the good faith effort has been done. That is not any assurance that there won't be something found. It probably increases the likelihood that something won't be found, but it still can happen. And so that inadvertent discovery plan is just going to spell out again who's to be called, who's to be contacted, and what's to be done because something is found. That may slow a project down for a little bit, but in the long run, it speeds it up, because if that information isn't there and people are scrambling trying to figure that out, that can eat up a lot of time as well. And it's a little bit different again for, as I said, for human remains and associated items, because that one involves state police. It also involves the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, who are going to identify the appropriate tribes. And then it involves SHPO. Okay, do we have any questions?
Do you have an amnesty program of any kind that somebody wants to come clean or they've got stuff? How does that work?
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know that we don't have a program like that, but the Portland State University does what they call the Archaeology Roadshow. And it's like a safe place where private landowners who have stuff, however they got it, they can bring it in and they can learn a little bit about it. But at the same time, while they're there, they're going to learn a little bit about the laws. They're going to learn a little bit about the tribes and stuff like that. And nobody's there to get anybody in trouble. But the idea is that that's a way to maybe deter that activity from continuing with some people. And B, it gives archaeologists and tribes an idea of the stuff that we don't know about that's out there. So, but yeah, we don't have a program at SHPO for that. I do get calls at times from folks who are like, my uncle passed away and we were going through his estate and we found a coffee can in the attic full of arrowheads. We don't know what to do with it and we don't want them. And I'll try and find out to the best of my ability where they may have been collected from, whether it's based on where the person, used to like to go hiking or hunting, or sometimes with certain types of tools, they're kind of have regional styles to them, and I can put them in touch with a tribe that typically would accept it as a donation or something like that.
I noticed in the statute that you shared that it said, the ORS said any person. And that means to me then, if you're an enrolled tribal member, you are bound by the statute just like anybody else, right?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
So John, last night on Nova, on OPB, the show was on that went through the findings of those white sands in New Mexico footprint.
Oh, uh-huh.
The whole process of carbon dating them. It was fascinating, and it will probably be repeated Saturday.
Well, now I'm going to have to watch it because I missed it. So
cool.
Or find it on YouTube.
Yeah. No, that's still really exciting. I was going to mention in Oregon, we had the oldest site for a little while, a few years ago, at just under 15,000 years ago. And then a few sites, different places started popping up that were even older. Currently, the oldest archaeological site in the state is a little over 16,000 years old. So, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if we didn't have 23, 25, 35,000-year-old sites or more. It's fascinating stuff now that the lid has been blown off of that 12,000-year-old Clovis hypothesis. So
That Oregon site, was that in Southern Oregon with the sandal,
good question. That was the oldest site in Oregon many years ago, but those sandals I date to between like 8,000 and 10,000 years ago.
that was what Luther Pressman found that, right?
He's the one who did the research for him. There have been several that have been found. If you're ever in Eugene, the state repository is there at the University of Oregon. It's the University of Oregon's Museum of Natural and Cultural History, and they have some of those sage bark sandals on display. I think they're also on display at I can't remember the name of the museum, but it's in Klamath Falls, and I'm not sure of anywhere else. But there are places you can go to actually see them, and they're pretty neat. They are like the oldest footwear, I believe, that has been found in the world. I don't think there is earlier footwear anywhere that has been found.
Part of the Nike collection.
Yeah. The original Nikes. Yeah.
Any other questions for John?
I have one. If there is one thing that you could ask local governments to do when we're reviewing a development permit application, what would that be?
Work with the tribes, probably, if they haven't already. And I think that you should also, given obviously what I'm talking about here, have them get a hold of an archaeologist to check, to at least get somebody on hold or whatever. But at the very least, they can look at our information, and that doesn't take long. I mean, that's just a matter of minutes, and then they can provide them with some useful stuff for going forward.
Thank you for asking that question, because 5 or 6 years ago, as the planning director for Lincoln County, there was a hysterical phone call. Oh my God, human remains have been unearthed, and it was up on the Salmon River. And thank God it was about 300 feet into Tillamook County. So, So I ran up there, even though I knew it was not in my jurisdiction, thank God. But I went there to try to figure out, well, how do I handle these things when they do fall in my lap? And
you know what? I'm pretty sure I met you there because I was there. It's the one I'm thinking of, but.
It was right where someone was building a driveway.
Yep. That's it.
And just like you said, it was one of the crew members who called it in.
It actually wasn't a crew member. It was somebody walking their dog, but they had kind of like cut across the driveway to get to the beach. But yeah, that was an interesting one and an unfortunate one, because I was glad to see you out there to like try and understand how that could have happened. Not being that versed in county processes and all that, I would have thought that they would have needed to get a permit to build a driveway, because if I remember right on that, the driveway was sloped originally like that, and they cut it near vertical. So I got to imagine that thing erodes about 3 feet every year because there's nothing holding it in place unless they've built a wall there or something.
If I remember correctly, there was a little bit of riprap at that part of the bay. So, if that, not that people are big fans of riprap, but if that riprap hadn't been there, you want to bet that site probably wouldn't have been there, period. So
Right. Yeah. But yeah, that was an interesting one.
Well, then remember that they took the material and they used it as fill on another site. It was just like insult to injury.
Yeah.
Staring at those child finger bones, which that's what we were looking at, that was stunning.
Yeah, it really is. It's unfortunate. But you know, that was one of the things too, where, you know, the tribes will work with people when that happens. That has been my experience over and over again. But sometimes the people will try, the landowners or agencies or whatever, sometimes they try and push back, and then that's when it gets kind of ugly. So.
Great. Well, thank you so much, John. Very timely presentation, very interesting. So I think what we'll do is take 5 minutes, and then we're going to do hear from all of you about what's going on in your areas. You may only have like 2 minutes, maybe 3 for each jurisdiction, to share, you know, what's going on and maybe get some a little bit of cross dialogue. So again, thank you, and let's reconvene at 2:30. We're hearing from all of you. You got something?
So you can do.
Well, we'll collaborate and do it.
Someone tried to have.
No,
You know.
Oh, yes. I think our main concern was perhaps there's a reason.
If there's any place you can have.
Yeah, and again, just on there, especially, yeah. Yeah,
Amazing.
that's no problem.
Place in the community. I'm sure we could potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, happy to be here.
Oh, you mean for the zone out?
Yeah, I mean, it really is the state's.
Yeah, who else did this?
Yeah, all
Yeah, all of us.
all of them. We only do have
They don't want
On your pen, I was.
Yeah.
Glasses.
Portugal is one of the places in the world where they have they do have civil ocean climate.
They joined us. They're on these ratings.
Yeah.
So I and some of it is just.
Which is census around where there's problems. Yeah. There was
The Pelican song. It was so perfect. Yeah. I was down. So you can wander into stuff so easily. Yeah, instead of trying to do something, we're gonna take that material. We're gonna.
Need somebody to know this.
And they.
Sarah's covered it for us. It's fun when you get the direct Sarah cover for your.
Well, in the interest of getting everybody out of here by 3, we're gonna get started on our network sharing, our roundtable. So, Depot Bay, would you like, I don't know if you have anything you want to share.
Sure.
Depot Bay started.
There's not a lot that I can share. Yes, my name is Kip Fox, Planner Depot Bay.
Hey, give an update.
Which I've been finishing out for less than 3 months. So, there's a lot of share about issues that are going on right now. Regarding the community.
Can we start again?
I can't hear.
Sorry.
Certainly.
That's all right.
So Kip Fox, city planner in the city of Depot Bay, where I've been for less than 2 months. So I don't really have a lot to share about things that are going on there, other than the fact that I'm trying to get up to speed on the unique development processes in Depot Bay, and to get caught up on a 4-month period where there was no city planner.
Wow. Yes. When one of your city councilors is on OPAC, they should post you right.
Okay.
So welcome, and I Tillamook is asked to go next because they gotta leave, they have to go.
So Melissa Yank, Tillamook County Senior Planner. Not too much to update. Director Apsher gave some great updates about some of our recent code updates that we did. If anybody would like to see that model plan that we put together is on our planning website, so it's free and available to you. If you need a Word document, let me know. I can send it over. just some other happenings in our jurisdiction. Doesn't really have anything to do with land use, but this was something that came out of our community yesterday. We will be putting a pause on short-term rentals starting July 1 in Tillamook County. So something that could be pretty effective in our jurisdiction. It is not a closure of the program, it is just a pause. We'll see what comes of it, but it is something that's pretty relevant and has been pretty dominating in conversations, especially as we've had housing conversations in our communities and drastic need of housing, as I'm sure, as we heard today, everybody's struggling with. We do have a housing project that went to LUBA and went through civil appeals. It did pass and is going to actually be going in. It's like a workforce housing project in the Pacific City community. We should see that be breaking ground soon. I think we just issued the permits for that and the construction permits for that project. So we're pretty excited about that. Our housing commission, which was established after we did our housing needs analysis in 2018, something like that, is up and running. We have a housing coordinator who's been doing a great job putting together advisory committees and working to kind of gauge some opportunities within our jurisdiction for some upcoming housing opportunities. He's received a couple grants and he's only been here less than 6 months. So he's doing a great job. We really appreciate him. He's been incredibly helpful with not just Tillamook County, but also the city of Tillamook. And he's really working with our entire jurisdiction. So we really appreciate him. TJ, his name's TJ. Yeah, he's great. Otherwise, which Director Arthur did not say, but she also is now our building official for Tillamook County. She just earned her certification for that as well. And so we're really enthused about that because we needed that for our community. We've been without a building official now for almost 2 years. And so it's been drastically needed and we appreciate her and all of her endeavors to keep our department afloat. She's done a lot for us. Anything else? Oh, we do have an assistant building official coming next week, actually. That'll be starting. We obviously have open positions. Anybody wants to work in Tillamook County as a land use planner, we've got an opening. Our inspection. But otherwise, that's really it for our county update. So thanks.
Now, thanks for coming.
Thanks, you guys.
Take care. So we're going to kind of alternate between people that are here and people online. Denise, you're the first one I see if you're there. Do you have any updates from Crest?
Yes, so a few things that we're working on. I'm trying to get my video to work. There we go. We work with jurisdictions both in Washington and Oregon. On the Oregon side of the river, we're assisting the city of Seaside with their Dune management plan update and then just assisting some local jurisdictions with some current planning issues. And then real quick on the Washington side, we're assisting Wahkiakum County with their flood hazard mitigation plan update. So those are some of the bigger projects we're working on.
Thank you, Denise. How about Dave?
All right, Dave Madison, City of Bay City. I started about 6 months ago. It's great. We have a little town, about 1,500, I would say. We have a 4 10-hour day work week, which is really nice. It's really nice to have a three-day break for the weekend. When I started there, we found lots of problems with our zoning maps. And so we dug through the files and pulled out one from 2018. That was our latest approval, which we hadn't been using. So for about 2 months after digging through the files, but for 2 months we were using the wrong zones in a few areas. So and I was always wondering, where's Shorelands 3? I can't see it on the maps. Well, that's where it was in the files. So anyhow, thanks Jebra for helping us with our website and the local wetlands inventory. That really cleared up a lot of stuff for us because people had been pointing to places like, well, this is a wetland. Why isn't it showing on the maps? Well, there we go. That's why it's not showing on the maps. So we updated on our website. We have a really cool GIS map program that helps people find out where the sewer and water lines are. Actually, we did find out that one sewer line wasn't shown on there. And so that has alleviated the issue with extending the sewer line for a few properties down there to be developed. And we get a ton of calls from people wanting to develop. We set up a pre-application meeting program, so we can actually sit down with people if they want to develop sites and just tell them where all the lines are and show them the maps and just help them understand and just get a feeling for what the costs would be for development. Because, even though Bay City looks like it's nestled between hills, it actually goes up quite a few hills, and we have a lot of geohazard requirements and things like that. So we are working on ADUs and short-term rentals, limiting short-term rentals that we have in town. We have about 20 so far, and it's growing very fast. So we're going to try to put a cap for at least 5%, or at most 5%. That's moving along. So we'll hopefully be ready by next fiscal year. We've done a lot of planning commission training. Thanks, Lisa, for helping us with that. I think the planning commission has really become aware of a lot of things. They actually denied a variance after you gave them the training, because they could actually say, oh, we should read through the criteria now, tell me whatever you want. But actually read through the criteria and see if they meet the criteria. So,
Hey, man.
Let's see, a few other things. We had a problem back in 2013 when the FEMA came through and did a community assistance visit. There were 2 houses that did not comply with the rules in the VE zone. It's still an issue. We have found that one has a breakaway wall, however, they want it to be engineered. If anyone else has dealt with FEMA with these things that just keep going and going and going and driving you crazier and crazier, please let me know, because we sure would love to help. We also.
It used to be great when Chris Shirley was there answering all of our questions.
We have another house, and the nice thing is this new house that just went in, which they were thinking didn't have a breakaway wall in the garage, actually does have the engineering plans, which they'll be sending me soon for the breakaway wall, which is another stress reliever. So we also are working on our TGM. We have a TGM code evaluation grant. We went through phase 1 before I was there, before the city manager was there, even before our public works director was there. And he's only been there a year now. They went through phase 1, then phase 2 came to us, and we were like, okay, great. Well, we're finding out that they're pushing, as you know, with TGA grants, they push the state rules and the promotion of livable spaces and higher densities and things like that. And the community is very concerned about having 3-story buildings in town, especially because we do not have the fire capacity to manage 3-story buildings if there was to be a fire in them. We just found that out, actually, that we have a very hard time managing any fires with the fire that just took place in our storage units. So on the south side of town. So there's been so it's kind of been a big scare. There haven't been people at the door with tar and feather yet, but there's kind of been a scare about putting 3-story buildings in the community and where that would be where they would be located and how that could change the whole image of the community and visually. Some of the councilors are very concerned about it. And as we started this phase 2 project, phase 2 of the project going, one of the planning commission members, when they kept pushing this 3-story building, said, didn't we tell you no in the first phase? So we'll see where that goes. We found a blue heron rookery in town. And boy, I'll tell you, there are about a dozen blue herons that live in these cedar trees at the very top of the hill. And when they all take flight all at once to catch one crow who has stolen one egg, it is crazy. And crows are very smart birds because they will fly back down on the cedar, and all the herons will fly around for half an hour, overhead. And it's amazing how many you see up there. I take a lot of walks at lunch. It's just wide, and you hear them crowing, or not crowing. I don't know what you call the language of blue heron mace.
Screeching.
Very weird. Yes, it's just a reptilian weird sound. And then they all settle down and they disappear in the cedar, and then the crow flies out and put the egg in his mouth again. And it's just like, it's really cool. We have had a few trees cut down on properties in the right of way. We have a very strict tree ordinance that requires you to get a tree removal permit anytime you take down a tree in the city. And I think this is one of the reasons why, because we have a lot of birds nesting in trees, and I think there is a federal act that protects those birds supposedly. And so since we are a small town, with one of the trees that did go down, which took away a few bird communities in town, the owner of the coffee shop is very, very hurt by this, so she closed the coffee shop down. And it's a small town thought, and it's a lot of issues, but it's a really wonderful place to work. Great staff to work with. Leanne Welch, I don't know if anybody know who she is. She's a wonderful city manager. It's really, really positive place to work.
Thank you, Dave.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much. And by the way, we are looking again for our FEMA floodplain coordinator. If you know anybody who's interested, the job is open right now. So we're recruiting. Laurel, are you there? And do you want to have the updates from OPRD you'd like to share with us? Okay, well, we can come back to her if needed. Let's see, how about the gentleman there?
David from Clatsop County. I know there's a few of us from Clatsop County here, so I'll try not to say everything. So I'll leave some other people to mention a few things. Ian previously mentioned we are working on our comprehensive plan update for the county. That started before I started with the county, only 6 months ago. So that's been a few-year process. I had a big hand in updating Goal 19 after I came on board. So I've been working with Andy on that and working with our planning commission and our board of commissioners. So the comprehensive plan is certainly a big thing that's going on. We are gearing for updates to accessory dwelling unit regulations. And that's obviously a big thing and something I'm very interested in. So yeah, SB 391 in relation to that. So that'll be fun to get on the books and start working with people so they can develop their property up. And I guess the only other thing I'll take time to mention is like many places, we have a short-term rental issue in the county. So back in August of last year, our board of commissioners adopted to put a moratorium on short-term rental permits. And we have been just sort of dealing with that since that time, a long time now.
Yeah, it's been extended twice.
Yeah, with maybe an end in sight, maybe not.
Looks like an end in sight, probably, yeah.
It's a rough issue. There's no.
Yeah.
Did you want to share anything about Clatsop County?
Sure, I don't think I have much to add. That was a good summary from David. The comp plan we're taking to our board of commissioners in July for adoption, hopefully. So, and then after that, we'll be working on corresponding code updates to implement the updated goals. And then David mentioned the ADU code updates. We've got some other just legislative updates that we need to make to our code to catch up on stuff that's happened over the past few years. So we're working on that as well, taking that to our planning commission in the next month or two. And then, as I mentioned before, we're also updating our geohazard ordinance and map. So it was really helpful for that presentation today and to hear from Sarah and Meg on that and get connected to some resources and have a really good example to look at. So yeah, I think that's all I have.
Great, thank you. How about Jason is online, Pollock?
Another Clatsop County
Okay,
fellow.
well, he has anything to add. I'll tell you what, how about Tiffany Taylor? Not having as much luck with our online people. All right, well, how about Pollock?
So I'm Tommy O'Donnell at the City of Tillamook. I've been at the city for a year next Wednesday. And we also had a new city manager come on about 6 months before I did. So in that time, it's been a lot of structure. This is the first time we've had in-house planning, I think, since David left. So lots of structure right now. We've had pre-application meetings, but we just established that as a formal technical advisory committee that comes together for those pre-apps and for our other projects at its scheduled time. which is nice. Yeah, lots of stuff we've been doing. We didn't have any in-house GIS before I came on, so I've been pulling together our zoning map and GIS, getting all of our flood hazard layers, our wetlands inventories. They just weren't really mapped before. So we're getting all of that in there. We also haven't been codified since 2014. So we just 2 or 3 weeks ago got in our big blue packet from American Legal for codification. I've been going through that page by page, finding out all the stuff that we should have been doing that we weren't, or that American Legal put in there that shouldn't be, and all of that. Which has put, got a couple of code updates, including applying the new ADU rules from the state, and we had our FEMA community visit, I think in January. So I've got a couple of code updates that are sort of sitting there pending getting that codification done. And we've also established code enforcement for, I think, the first time in-house for planning, which is pretty impressive. Yeah, and we've got an opening on our planning commission and our urban renewal agency. So if you know anybody who lives in Tillamook, let them know.
We may have already talked to Randy, who's our GIS specialist. That can help local communities sometimes. So, great, thank you. Let's see, who do we want to go to? Did Tiffany?
Jeff Adams said he might do a Cannon Beach update.
Okay, Jeff? Cannon Beach?
Hello?
You're on.
All right. Hey, wish I was there. Instead of waiting for the planning commission meeting coming up here. So hopefully you got introduced to our new planner. And I was happy to be able to get not only the budget to have a new planner for Cannon Beach, so I can do some larger projects and work with Robert and training him to do some as well, or working with him to do those. But Cannon Beach also not only, I think, sounds like we're maybe one of the few that are fully staffed right now. So we're happy just to have that and to have some great support. So we're going tonight to our first public hearing to have our first transportation system plan in Cannon Beach. I think we're the only jurisdiction in Clatsop County not to have a transportation plan. So I think that's a big move for us. We're also doing a code audit, and we're we'll be doing our third joint session on that. So working to update, I think, the comprehensive plan and our development ordinances over the next year, which really haven't been fully addressed in probably at least 20 years. So another big item for us. The other thing that we're looking are starting and initiating and get to work with CREST on this for a regional affordable and workforce housing initiative, and going to be working with all the different jurisdictions in the county and hoping to move the ball forward in that. My background's kind of working in the Mountain West communities, the Mountain Town communities. So I have some background in working in affordable and workforce housing. So I'm also serving on that, mentioned earlier, one of that presentation, serving as one of the members of that housing capacity work group for the state. So that's been interesting so far. It's a pretty quick process. Looking forward to keeping that going. The other issues in Cannon Beach, of course, are trees. Trees never go away in Cannon Beach. So I think if most jurisdictions I've worked in my past, it's always been about signs, but here it's about trees. So we're looking probably to update some of that as well, and looking around at different ordinances on that. And then we also have a new code official. We had one, this will be our first one in probably 2 years though. And as far as short-term rentals go, we're staying at around 200 as we've always had. And I think that's because of that 14-day permitting that we have. It's the only one available here. And this round table session, just a great component. Thanks for that, because it is interesting to get to see what everybody else is working on in the community. And it's nice to have Brett stepping down from his city management position and getting to work on some of these projects with him. And I'll miss Lisa. What a great local rep and professional, and tried to train this Southern boy on how to actually do Oregon planning. I'll never learn though. But yeah, things are going okay in Cannon Beach. Come visit. Everyone else will. Thank you.
Go Bulldogs.
Go Dogs. Woof, woof.
We can see your pen in the background there.
Thank you, Jeff. So I guess, Brett, why don't you give us an update for Astoria?
Yeah, it looks like Tiffany's having some issues with her audio. And so I'd be glad to give an update on what Astoria's been doing. We wrapped up a port waterfront master plan a couple months ago. And it's been about a year-long process that our urban renewal district partnered with the Port of Astoria to do really kind of a refinement plan for areas along the Columbia River within the Port of Astoria's ownership. And really, this is a great partnership we've been able to have with them to be able to look at how the port wants to redevelop in the future and really kind of tease things up for use of urban renewal monies within one of the city's urban renewal districts to be able to leverage some projects within that area. So really pleased to be able to get that done. Our planning commission and planning staff have been working on code amendments. We have the interesting scenario of having tripped over the 10,000 population mark after the legislation went in place. So we're now moving through that, and our planning department and our planning commissions starting to work through some code amendments to be able to address housing issues. Our community development department's been having neighborhood meetings. They had several over the past few weeks to be able to get comment and to be able to provide input to the community about what's going to be moving forward. And that public hearing is going to be getting started in June, I believe, is what they're looking at. We also have some other code amendments that are going to come out of that Port Waterfront Master Plan that are going to be teed up to work on a little bit later on. Those are at least the priorities to be able to move on. The City of Astoria has a planner vacancy right now, so that position has been open. And for those of you who haven't heard, as was said before, my first day with DLCD is going to be July 5th. And the prior city manager who was in my place before me, Paul Benoit, who was the community development director a number of years ago, is coming in to be the interim city manager in Astoria while the city council recruits a new city manager. And so Paul's going to be assisting the community development department along the way in a lot of the planning endeavors that our city council has prioritized. I think that's got it for just an overview.
Thank you, Brett. Let's see the back there.
Sure. Yeah. Colin Jones, the Habitat Assessment Monitoring Coordinator for the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership. So Moses already talked about the Estuary Resilience Action Planning work that we're doing in collaboration with Moses and tons of partners here in the county. And TEP also has a couple larger sort of tidal reconnection projects that we're working on with other partners. One down in the Sand Lake Estuary with OPRD, and then near town here on Burton Fraser Road, the Tillamook River Wetlands with land owned by the North Coast Land Conservancy. And I was really happy to see Felicia mentioning the Salmon Superhighway project, which we're working on as well. always kind of fun to get some of those going out. And I'll be doing a lot of work at Southern Flow Corridor, including whenever we get another big flood in the area, we have some monitoring out there already, so we can get some flood modeling, some new flood modeling going out there as well. So that's TP.
Great. I think I saw Laurel come on camera a little bit. Did you have any updates you wanted to share with us, Laurel?
Oh, I was just making sure my camera was still working. But I could give a really quick update about some habitat restoration projects that we've not completed. I mean, they're hard to ever complete because they're sort of an ongoing maintenance issue. But we, in collaboration with Tillamook County, we got all the necessary permits. We did a habitat restoration project for western snowy plovers and other native dune species at Sitka Sedge State Natural Area. That was sort of wrapped up this winter. And we're doing ongoing management of the habitat restoration area at Nehalem Bay State Park for native dune species and western snowy plovers. So.
We see your cat.
Yeah, this is my cat. Oh,
Thank you, Laurel.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. How about Jeffra? Woo-hoo.
So probably this summer, we'll be doing a rulemaking on our delineation rules. What the biggest difference that you might appreciate is that we are proposing to require delineation GIS with our submittals and get the approved GIS. So if that's interesting to you, we'd love to hear from you during the public process.
Could you, what does that mean?
Pardon me?
Doing a delineation, but it's got a GIS, what's the relationship?
Oh, so we would like to get we would like to get a GIS data set submitted to the department for, it would become public at that point. So that we have that GIS data set of the approved delineation, wetland and waters delineation. So you would have the boundaries actually in GIS. And available.
So you would, if that happens, you would be committing delineations to GIS and then making it available to us.
So the consultants are already creating it in GIS.
Yeah, okay.
So
These
they would
days,
just
right.
be providing that data set to us. And as part of the approval process, we would be accepting that data set, making sure that it's the same as what we approve, and then making that available.
What happens when the delineation expires
Well,
for the GIS component?
The delineation is the best data that we have, and it gets old after it expires, but it's still good for sort of knowing what's probably there. It's the best information we have until it's updated, which it has to be active in order to be valid for our permitting. And we hope that it's also for your permitting. So, and, we don't, well, I'm gonna go on to the next related topic, because that is going to take some being able to handle and maintain and manage those data sets, which isn't entirely figured out yet, but we'll get there. And that is sort of related to some other projects that we're currently doing to update and augment that statewide wetlands inventory. So if you don't have a local wetlands inventory and you're using the statewide wetlands inventory, I am still trying to get the local wetland inventories mapping, the actual mapping, onto the statewide wetlands inventory web map. Just our GIS people are overloaded right now. And at the same time, we would then add the essential salmonid habitat mapping and the state scenic waterway mapping, because those areas are 0 cubic yard. You have to have a permit. So we want you to have that all in one place, so you don't have to go to the 3 separate maps on our website to find out where those are. And then we have 2 EPA grants in process. And one is to map all of our compensatory mitigation sites, which are another 0 cubic yard. You have to get a permit from us site. So, you know, these are kind of long term. So that's about a half a year in of a 2-year process. So, but it's coming. The other thing that we just will be starting on the 1st of the month, we have a new EPA grant to just do the study areas of all of the delineations and determinations. So you'll be able to see on the SWI where something has been done. We will have a link to the final agency decision. So you'll at least be able to see in a PDF, okay, that's the mapping. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to see the number and where the actual study area is, not just a point randomly in space. But that's like the beginning of a 4-year project. That's like over 20,000 documents that we have to enter, but we're working on it. So I was really pleased. There's just a few new faces that I've mostly met, but anytime that you have staffing changes, please let me know, because I try and get information out to you guys, but I can't do it if I don't know how to reach you. Thanks.
Thank you, Deborah. Lisa. Which leads to, please sign the sign-in sheet. This helps us with our tracking and all that good stuff. And Andy wanted you to know we have a little bit of food left, remarkably.
Take it home, take it home. Contact wise too, with me being administrative support for the coastal division. If you have turnaround or anything, please let me know, or let your regional rep know, so that they can forward that information to me, so that we can keep our list updated as current as possible also. So everyone gets their planners networking invitations and things.
Thank you, Mandy. Lisa, we have last but certainly not least, we give the last word to Otto.
I think I said it.
Well, you don't have to say anything more.
There's so much going on.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah. Well, instead of being serious, I'll say that it was kind of comical that during the last primary election that we had, that one of the fringe candidates thought he should make public the fact that, because they were talking about land use, right? So he said, wrote publicly, yeah, Ano, meaning me, is he's likable, but he needs to retire because he has no vision. And so, of course, because I'm so thin-skinned and vain, that really hurt my feelings. And so if I felt like I was losing my passion, you know, but you saw it on display earlier. I still love what I do. I still deeply believe in it. I never wake up in the morning thinking, oh, Christ, I gotta go to work today. I look up, I see it's 5 o'clock. I see the damage that we prevent from happening in our community. I literally cry when I see some knuckleheads just go ahead and do stuff. But we're so fortunate, aren't we, to be in a field like this and to be in a state like this where our founding fathers of not that long ago created a system that couldn't dream of being put in place today. And so I think and I just gave a spiel, it was kind of off the cuff in front of LCDC about this. And I think we all need to stop apologizing for, and the basic thrust of my feelings about this now, and I'm an informal student of the history of Oregon land use, and I knew many of the people that were involved with it. I spent a lot of time in the Capitol and I would interview people. I mean, just, you're working in the Capitol, you usually have hours of waiting. It's like flying, right? Moments of, or hours of boredom punctuated by moments of terror. So when you've got all these people back in the day who were part of it, you know, it was fun to talk to. How did that actually happen? So, you know, my feeling is we got to stop apologizing for Oregon's land use system. There was that recent, we lost out to Ohio because Intel was going to build like all these fabrication things, you know, and they needed all thousands of acres. And somehow that clunky land use system got in the way, you know, and it's like, come on, man, this is one of our state's greatest assets. And as we approach the 50th anniversary of this remarkable, remarkable thing that happened, and yes, it was the timber industry and the agricultural industry that ultimately made it happen. And boy, do I love telling that to people who don't like government stuff coming in, and we have to say no constantly to different things. But it's wonderful to be able to know something about that history and point that out to those folks. You know, and I think the biggest hand that I got, you know, was when I went to the Farm Bureau meeting in a barn and one, you know, real farmers, by the way, right, in Lincoln County. And mentioned how often, every time one of the properties near them comes up, somebody wants to build an RV park on it. And they, you know, they gasp in horror at what would happen to their beautiful valley and their way of life. And I say, well, so that's quietly what we do every day is deflect this stuff. And so I just think it's great. And I think we all need to occasionally just thank our lucky stars that we live in a place that had well, we saw whatever happened everywhere else in the world. And thank God the timber and the ag industry basically understood that they were next. You know, if we didn't have land use controls, and they've quietly been in the Capitol protecting it all this time. You just don't see their handiwork. But when other folks come in with stuff that would erode the land use system, they don't run it up the flagpole. They're quietly there making sure that certain votes are there to turn back these efforts to undermine Oregon's land use system. So rather than go on and on about Lincoln County, I just think that someone in my more senior capacity that's probably the best thing I can do is reflect on what we've all been doing for decades and make sure that we just celebrate it. And on this 50th anniversary, I'm going to make sure I produce some current write-ups about some of this history that I know, because you know, it's not like I came to the state in 1985 to go to law school, so all of it had already happened. But I made sure that once I got working in the Capitol, which was as early as 1989, and that I searched out a lot of these people that started it all, and it's a great story, and it's just, and I think again, we're all so fortunate to be part of it, and I congratulate all of you for finding a career that would do something that's so obviously necessary, and hopefully we can keep this dream alive in the state and encourage other states to potentially start moving in this direction more than they have. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Anybody else have anything to share? Did I miss anybody online that wants to update? Well, that was very quickly, Anna. I started with the DLCD 42 years ago this coming December, looking at plans when they were first starting to come in. So it's been really the honor of a lifetime to work with them. And all of you and all our state agencies. So thank you. Should know better than to say that. Thank you so much for being here in person after 2.5 years. That was great as well. So fingers crossed, the new manager will be meeting with you in October. Thank you. And you'll be hearing more about the 50th anniversary as those plans come together next year. Thanks again for coming.
Are we adjourned?
Yes, only 15 minutes. Thank you, everybody online. We really appreciate your
I'd love to talk to you sometime about your
That's-